Thank you very much for tapping and sharing. I see we've gotten to 9.9k likes. It's 10k now on TikTok, so that's beautiful. Thank you very much for making it happen. Please don't stop our tapping. Um, we have folks. Oh, okay, we're streaming on Facebook and also on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. So that's beautiful. All right, so let me just check to be sure everything is fine, and then we can get right into it. Please don't stop our tapping. I think we have this stuff here that we can use. I hope. Everybody's having a great day. It's a lovely Friday afternoon. I hope. And it's a beautiful day. It's really um, seeing what is happening in Ibadan. In Ibadan, they're having the coronation of the new Ibadan today. So that's something beautiful. So wherever you are, whether you are in Lagos or Ife or London or Maryland, wherever you are in the world, it's a beautiful day in Yoruba land as we have a new Olubadan being crowned today. We're going to start the news with what's happening in Ibadan actually because it's important to talk about that. All right, thank you. Everybody's sharing. Um, I'll just take a second or so, then we'll get right into it. Ayele Africa. Akira. Somehow the last song we listened to before going on YouTube somehow stays with me even when we're here, and I find myself humming. Maybe one day we'll do something. We'll just dare YouTube and play the music on YouTube as well. We'll see how that goes. By the way, next week is Independence Day in Nigeria, so I'm thinking probably Independence Day. We'll see how that goes though. Okay, thank you very much for YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Please like the live. All right, so please like the live on YouTube, and I think we're good. I'm going to share it later. For example. All right, all right, all right. Okay, beautiful Friday afternoon again. It's always beautiful, so it's important to repeat it. Glad to be here. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Um, as your Friday. Sorry, okay, it's off. All right, so I was just trying to do a little catch up to be sure everybody's fine. We're good. You good? Everybody's fine. Chitadalewa, Ogbolenko. All right. So yeah, let's begin with that news. Ọba Senator Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja wọ́n di Olúbàdàn ẹ̀kẹrìnlélógójì Olúbàdàn ní tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn ní ọjọ́ òní. Wọ́n pe àpèlé wọn ní Àrùsà 1, Àrùsà kìíní. Ọba Rashidi Adewale Ladoja, Arusha 1, 44th Olubadan of Ibadan land. Kí adé pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, kí ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, kí ẹṣin oko jẹ, kí ẹṣin ọba jókòó pẹ́. All right, that's a great one, and happy for our Ibadan folks. Full of good news today. Um, all right, all right. By the way, the new airport in Ibadan, I think it was it was opened a few days ago. It's been shut down since March, I think. They've been rebuilding it. It's now named um, Ladoke Akintola Airport, which is fantastic. And so that's where the president, I don't know if he's arrived now, but the last time I checked, he hadn't arrived at the time, but he's expected to be at the event in Ibadan. So that's good for folks in Ibadan. And of course, it's also good to know that the airport is now open for operations. And speaking of airports, Value Jet, I don't know if you remember Value Jet, the whole thing with Kwamon the other day. Well, Value Jet, the company, will begin lifting passengers from Gateway International Agro Cargo Airport from October 7th, 2025. So that it will be Gateway Airport to Abuja, so you can travel now from that airport to Abuja 8:30 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. Return flight, Value Jet will depart the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Abuja at 4 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday and arrive at Gateway International Airport at 5:15 p.m. Tickets are available from today, September 26. You can buy online. And it's just good. By the way, this is from the Special Advisor on Media and Strategy, Honorable Kayode Akimade, Special Advisor on Media and Strategy, Ogun State. And it's good news for the entire region. So if you live close to Ogun State, you don't have to go all the way to Ikeja. You just, I don't know, go to the airport, to Ogun State Airport, get to the airport, and then you fly from there. So that's something quite good. All right. So that's good news from. All right, a few more things from the southwest. Let's go to Ekiti before we go to the other parts of southwest. By the way, I saw the the event earlier. The place was packed. A lot of people were there in Ibadan. They were having a great time. So it's quite nice. All right. I think I'll find that out before the Ekiti thing later because it was here. Oh yeah. So Ekiti State, for some reason, have been putting out um, projects, right? Completed projects in their state, mostly roads. And I guess this is a response to um, what was going on the other day, where we were talking about the state of roads in Ekiti State and how bad they were. So I saw one earlier. They said the three road spotlight. Bovas Road is a 1.4 billion naira project delivered by the Oyebandi administration. It is easing traffic flow, improving access, and boosting urban renewal in Ado-Ekiti. Another promise kept. I like how all these governors are getting serious. May they get more serious. But well done to them. All right. Let me go to Dawn Commission. From 2022 to 2024, rice production across the six southwest states rose steadily, reaching 736,000 metric tons in 2024. Ekiti leads, followed closely by Osun and Ondo, while Lagos exhibits consistent growth. This upward trend shows how regional collaboration, innovation, and investment in agriculture are transforming food security and boosting local economies. So we have this infographic here where different states and what they've produced in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Rice production in southwest Nigeria is on the rise. Again, Ekiti State is leading the pack, Osun and Ondo followed closely behind, and then Lagos. I'll just quickly read down for this year. 158,455.74. 1 second. Sorry, 158,455.73 metric tons. That's what Ekiti produced last year. And Oyo produced 116,621.08 metric tons. Ondo 125,291.81 metric tons. Osun 133,803 133,803.28 metric tons. Lagos 96,091.41 metric tons, and then Ogun State 105,878.01 metric tons. So we see a lot of growth. We hope to continue to see this in Europe. So let's say a bit on Dawn Commission for just a bit. Afenifere and Dawn Commission convened two-day regional stakeholders dialogue in Akure. Now, this is a press release. I think it's fantastic because this kind of, by the way, this is the Afenifere, not the other one. This is the Afenifere. That one is, and we have to look for a name so that we can delineate. You know, to the bro, back up on Afenifere in Nigeria. No, you're going to do. I think that's why I'm going to contact Matthew. Come on back. So it won't be confusing people. Or can I just call this Afenifere Babade Banjo? Those ones, that's not the real Afenifere. That's Afenifere Babade Banjo. At least that one, there's no insult. Afenifere Babade Banjo. Those ones, that is not the real Afenifere. The real Afenifere is the one of Superiority. That Afenifere, the Afenifere, and Dawn Commission are convening a two-day regional stakeholders dialogue in Akure. So I'm going to read this stuff. It's pretty long, but I think it's worth it. Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba I'll take that again. Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba socio-political organization with technical support from the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission, has announced a two-day citizen government engagement summit scheduled for October 9 and 10 in Akure, Ondo State. The summit, themed Strengthening Democracy Through Dialogue, Assessing Progress, Charting the Future, will bring together over 800 regional stakeholders to engage directly with the federal government of Nigeria on policy initiatives. His Excellency Governor Lucky Orimison Aiyedatiwa of Ondo State will host the summit with co-hosting by all Southwest governors. According to the steering committee chairman, Dr. Akinogbide SAN, the summit aims to create a structured dialogue mechanism between the Southwest region and federal and state authorities in order to ensure regional voices inform national policy decisions. The summit marks a new chapter in democratic engagement for the Southwest region, stated Dr. Onigbinde, a former speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly. Quote, "We are creating an institutional framework that will ensure the voices of over 40 million Southwest residents are heard and considered in governance decisions." Providing more information on the summit, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye, Dawn Commission's Director General, said a unique feature of the Congress is its requirement for evidence-based presentations. Quote, "We demand accountability through evidence," he said. while adding that the summit presents an opportunity for Southwest citizens to get first-hand information about government policies. The summit's program coordinator, Professor Anthony Kila, said the event will feature an all-embracing participation from key stakeholders, including Southwest governors Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, federal ministers and appointees, traditional rulers from across the region, religious leaders from Christian, Islamic, and traditional faith, academic institutions and thought leaders, private sector and professional associations, cooperative society leaders, farmers and market leaders, civil society organizations, and grassroots representatives. He said Southwest citizens should prepare to get direct answers to their questions in 6 thematic sessions covering fiscal reforms and national planning, economic development and job creation, social services and social development, infrastructure and transportation, human capital development, and security and governance. About the organizers, Afenifere is the foremost Yoruba socio-political organization advocating for regional interests and democratic governance. The development agenda for Western Nigeria Dawn Commission is a technocratic institution established by the 6 Southwest states to manage their regional integration and development agenda. That was put out by the media relations contact Shegun Balogun. So this is good, and I'm actually very happy. I'm very happy because Apple has been quiet for a bit, and it's been concerning. I spoke to an elder about it a couple of months ago, and we were like, okay, maybe something is happening and all of that. But to see this happening is actually a delight, and it's also something that Yoruba people, should barukuti. You should support, regardless of where you are in the world. You should support um, this initiative, and this is the Afenifere, okay, not the Barok Budu. Ah, no, I say I don't use bad word. Not the one of Baba Devanjo. That one is not the real one. This is the real one. So you should be part of it if you can. You can also get more information on what they are doing. Still on Dawn Commission, there was an inauguration of the Western Nigeria Multimodal Transport Committee. All right, this was on the 24th of September. That was 2 days ago. Wednesday marks the official inauguration of the Western Nigeria Multimodal Transport Committee, bringing together representatives of the 6 state governments, the leadership of the Southwest Development Commission (SWDC), key transportation stakeholders, railway experts, and other sector leaders from across the region. This committee's primary mandate is to deliver on the advancement of the railway transportation system and infrastructure in the Southwest region of Nigeria. This is what we're talking about. So the plan, of course, is to connect the entire 6 southwestern states, and we're looking forward to these things coming, to fruition in the coming days and months. So that's that for that. That's good news all around, and we are very, very happy. All right, let us go back to other news. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you. On YouTube, thank you for being here. Glad to have you. Please like the live so that it can be recommended to other people, and also share if you can. That would be much appreciated. I'm just going to go through some headlines. Okay. Tinubu article, Sultan of Sokoto, emirs of Kano, Ilorin, others expected at Ladoja's coronation ceremony. By the way, they are there. 2027, why Yoruba should support my ambition article. I think this one is actually quite interesting, so let me read part of it to you. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has made a direct appeal to the Yoruba people for their support in the 2027 presidential election, highlighting his long-standing personal and familial connections to the Southwest. In a statement issued by his media consultant, Kola Johnson, Atiku cited his first marriage to Titi, a Yoruba woman, from Ijesha in the 1970s. He emphasized that the union, which produced 4 children, has created a genetic bond of a family between him and the Yoruba people. My children with Titi sometimes call me Babarere, meaning good father. I am extremely in love with my children and serve as a good father to them, as I urge every father to do the same to their children, Atiku said. He described his Ijesha-born wife as his jewel of inestimable value and insisted that the Yoruba had always been among his closest friends and political allies. Atiku reassured the community that if elected president, the Southwest interest would be a priority in his policy making and governance. He also sought to quell fears of a Hausa Fulani domination, calling such concerns absolutely unfounded. Anyone who knows me will tell you with all sincerity that as a person, I am naturally a highly detribalized person. I don't like that word. Tribes, ethnicity, religion, and what is in the African Democratic Congress (ADC) coalition to unseat President Bola Tinubu, who is a Yoruba from the Southwest, in 2027 presidential election. Could it work? It ain't gonna work. But I'm happy that he's married to a Yoruba woman and they have 4 children. That's beautiful. But nah. Meanwhile, someone wrote something earlier. I think it's better for me to read it. It says, "This is the beginning of the nation that will be the best in the world." Thank you for that. That's the spirit, actually. That's the spirit. I'm looking forward to what SWDC, Dawn Commission, the 6 Southwest and Southwest governors, and the cabinet will do. I can't wait. Make call on phone. All right. Someone on YouTube says, Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Latunde, good afternoon. For more power for the good work. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So let's one more thing from Southwest because I mean, charity has to begin at home, right? So we're highlighting a lot of things. Also to tell us that nobody say everything bad like that. Nothing they happen for house. Things they happen, and you can also plug in. And for Atiku, I mean, again, I think it's a fantastic thing to be married to a Yoruba. I don't know why that is such a big deal. That you marry somebody does not mean, I mean, but it's good, sha. I mean, it has its own perks. So it's good to know. It's good to know that Alhaji Abubakar is married to. She had this program. By the way, I think I own Whatclef. Whatclef is the only, is the oldest, I should say, the oldest NGO partnership with NYSC. Whatclef. She started when her husband was vice president, Teacher Abubakar, and is still on to today. And that's something. That's something. Many other presidents' wives and they've started programs and dumped it. But it's good what Madam Tito Babak has achieved with World Clef and great things that Atikutu has done. But now we just prefer Tinubu. But we're happy that he's married to our mother. All right, let's move on. This is an exchange between the governor of Ogun State, Prince Jesus, what's his name? Prince Dapo Abiodun, and investors in China. I'd like to take a listen to this.
Ogun State? And the answer to that is very simple. Ogun State is Nigeria's industrial capital, just like Shandong is China's industrial capital. We obviously have so many things in common. Ogun State is West Africa's trade gateway. We are the state where the state that connects the financial capital of Nigeria, which is Lagos, to happen to Ogun State, either you're going by land, by road, by rail, by sea, or by air. We describe ourselves as what New Jersey is to New York is what Ogun State is to Lagos State and the rest of Nigeria. We're also the gateway to the West African sub-region because we have a border with the Benin Republic. The Republic is the next country to Nigeria, and Ogun State has the longest border with the Benin Republic. More revenue from non-oil than any other state in Nigeria, meaning mineral resources. Today, we are the number one producer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa because we have an abundance of limestone. We have an abundance of silica. We are the one producer of tiles and glass. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of Chinese companies that are producing tiles and glass in Nigeria. Yesterday morning, I met one of those very successful Chinese companies producing tiles in Nigeria.
That is beautiful. That's how you speak as a governor who wants to get people to invest in your state. So beautiful stuff from the governor of Ogun State, and we're looking forward to the development that comes as a result of that meeting. All right, let's go to Lagos State now. This is from Tokunbo Wahab, who is the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources in Lagos State. Operatives from drainage enforcement, for some days now, we've been having lots of issues with water in Lagos. A video was trending the other day, in front of, that's Lekki, in front of House on the Rock. You see Odo Agbami, local Lekki. Anyway, in Lagos and stuff. Anyway, it's about to work now. Operatives from Drainage Enforcement and Compliance Department of the Lagos State Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources on Friday commenced the removal of contravening structures blocking the free flow of stormwater along Ikota River alignment, Lekki Etiosa, to prevent perennial flooding in the area. So buildings are being demolished. One second. We are hearing some of buildings being demolished, but that's not the only place where buildings have been demolished. Somewhere at trade fair, some buildings also had to go. I'll see if you can So Lagos State government demolishes over 19 buildings at Trade Fair Plaza. Some of these buildings are 2 stories. By the way, this is what's crazy. I think it was last week. Somebody made a video of this particular place. I think some of the buildings here, some of the buildings here look like residential buildings. Some of them are not residential. They are actually supposed to be warehouse. Now they've marked the buildings and they are pulling down 19 of such structures. Of course, people are asking the question, who approved the building? I hope they get the answer they want. What they deserve, by the way.
Actually, the trade fair complex. You understand? We're going to preserve the trade fair complex, which is this, which is why we're all these buildings. This is the trade fair complex.
So yeah, the building is being. I think it's also an advice. It's also should I call it a warning, but something that we should also like learn from if you want to build, especially in Lagos. Please make sure you get your approval, so that to avoid stories that touch. Now, still speaking on Lagos, someone last week, of course, not so many people are very wise on social media, took on social media and just spewed some interesting things about Lagos and mentioned some ethnic groups and all of that. Anyway, this is an Igbo man who is responding to that person. I'd like to take a listen to this man's name is I don't know his name, but the angle that shared it is Historiam. Is the Historiam. Anyway, take a listen to this.
They like to stay in your Lagos. They come here to do business. The Igbos don't really like to stay in your Lagos. They come here to do business. That's why they come. The Igbos prefer to build their houses in their villages. The only reason why they are and working international airports.
Scott Iguma, there are so many things, there are so many wrong. The type of electricity that we have here in the east with the one happening in Lagos, it's not possible. It's not. They don't even compare at all. You understand? And you can never grow any economy or develop any place without electricity. And the type of infrastructure in Lagos makes it possible that somebody will be living in the mainland and they are able to wake up in the morning by 3 and go to work at the island. You can never do it in the east because of the insecurity and lack of infrastructure. You understand? There are a lot of things that I cannot.
All right, he has a lot to say. But I think we get the point. Um, I'm very proud of what SWDC, Don Commission, and the governors are doing. I'm really looking forward to seeing those things happen in terms of, for instance, transportation, which is what I read earlier, the intra-regional connection of railway system or network of rail. It's gonna be lovely, and so we're looking forward to that. It's a better way. It's better to think that way than to constantly point fingers at others for being the reason for your inability to grow. But I'm glad that an Igbo man said that, and it's important to also um, broadcast things like this so that we also remember that there are people in different places who have sense. This man is definitely one of them. And he's not insulting his people, he's just telling them what needs to be done. And I hope people actually get it rather than just continue to point accusing fingers. And speaking of pointing accusing fingers, um, the Nigerian police force put out um, a notice, right, issued by the authority of the Inspector General of Police, wanted Okoro Prince Nkemekolam. If I'm murdering the name, is because now small is so Okoro Prince Nkemekolam. So he's wanted by the Office of the Assistant Inspector General of Police and everything. So they wrote there, the above named person is hereby declared wanted by the Nigeria Police Force. A warrant of arrest was issued against him by the High Court of Abuja. He's wanted for the offense of criminal conspiracy, assault, threat to life, criminal breach of trust, and attempted murder by attacking the complainant with machete and knife to the extent that he was admitted and stitched all over his head and his body, escaping death by the whiskers. He's aged 38, Igbo by tribe, of medium height, medium build, square face, small mouth, thick lips, good dentition, black eyes, copper in complexion, round chin, black hair, and dresses Western and traditional. His last known address is Benin Abakaliki, and so on and so forth. Now, that was what the police put out there. What do you think people focused on in everything the police said? They went to town with his, they are doing it because of tribalism. In other words, what the guy did, nobody talked about it. Everybody started saying, oh, it's because of his ethnicity. Meanwhile, there are others like Yusuf Imam Yahya. They also wrote here, is Hausa by tribe, age 27 years, who also got in trouble for fabrication of false evidence and so on and so forth. It's a normal thing, and there are many examples. If you check Nigerian Police Force handle, you see a lot of this. Even the one who was Yoruba, who also did something terrible. They wrote it the tribe Yoruba. This one is even a music artist, Kari. So the one with Hausa, they wrote the Hausa flag, they wrote it there. So the point is, this is something I think I should share today. So we put out a video a couple of days ago, talking about why I say Igbo, not Igbo, and what happened with the Owambe thing happened. Well, like, oh, we've been spelling it. The conversation is not about spelling. It's about appropriation. Just like the Owambe thing. It's not about the spelling, it's about stealing. And with this case, for instance, the people have moved the conversation from the crime to the tribe. And I think folks from the Southeast do these things intentionally, right? They'll move from the matter and they look for something that is inconsequential, build a castle on that, and then you leave the real issue and are fighting on the thing that's all just is not really the main stuff. All right. And so I hope that people actually grow up. If people are doing something wrong in your area, you wake up and see how you can be part of the solution rather than just deflecting and being childish. And speaking of being part of the solution, something good is happening in Imo State. Seplat Energy, co-founded by Austin Avuru, is set up to invest up to $3 billion in Nigeria. And I found out that someone says that half of that investment will be in Imo State. Someone says Igbo every day of your life. Oh, sorry. I thought this is not for. I'm even reading good news. Are you cursed? I'm even reading good news. You are cursed though. That boy. Word mirror. You are cursed. You should find a way to get it off your head. Pray. Spend some time to pray. Hopefully, God will help you. But there's something terrible on your life. May God deliver you. You even hate the good news I'm reading about Imo State. Who are you? Hell. I don't care about you, Sha. Another good news. This time from Anambra State. This is Charles Soludo. I'm going to read from his wall. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. I just received triple honors at the 2025 Global Power Forum on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA. So it was given these 3 awards: the African Public Service Excellence Award, the African Governor of the Year Award, special recognition commendation by the South Carolina House of Representatives. So that's something that the Governor of Anambra State got at the United Nations General Assembly. Moving on from there, let's explore some good news. The federal government has declared free technical education nationwide. No fees, no hidden charges. In a landmark move, the federal government has declared technical education completely free in all federal technical colleges, FTCs across Nigeria. Minister of Education Maruf Tunji Alausa made the announcement in Abuja, stressing that the government will cover all costs in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The free package goes far beyond tuition. It includes boarding, uniforms, textbooks, exercise books, prospectus, ID cards, stationery, medical services, vocational charges, utilities, security, digital learning tools, extra lessons, and even insurance. According to Alausa, the move is to guarantee equal access to education and remove financial barriers for Nigerian students. So if you or somebody you know, a kid, you know that this one is to go to Federal Technical College, please take advantage of what the government is doing right now. It is absolutely free to go to technical colleges. That's where you can have a lot of technicians graduate in the coming year. So laudable initiative by the federal government, and we should talk about that. Also, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria released a statement saying they are launching Go Cashless. So they call it Operation Go Cashless. Hey, Jesus. Operation Go Cashless. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, in partnership with Paystack, is proud to announce the rollout of Operation Go Cashless, a cashless, contactless payment solution across all airports, beginning with Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Effective September 29, 2025, all payments at fans revenue points, including airport access gates, car parks, fan VIP, and protocol lounges, will go cashless, which means we'll be phasing out the collection of cash at these points. Travelers and airport users will now enjoy fast and seamless services by using a secure contactless payment option. But that's the crux of it, and I'm actually happy that this is happening in Nigeria. So let's celebrate good news. Don't be like people who just come here to insult, like the clown who was insulting his parents earlier. May God have mercy on you. Another good news is it's about mortgage. I'm going to play this one so you can hear this interaction and take from it what you can. By the way, I think it's Kubo on YouTube says, Atiku's case is like the traditional ruler who asks Azikiwe the position you told my son to vacate for you. Is it a good position? If it is, then let my son do it. Yeah. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Someone says cashless payments will be the best to curb corruption. Absolutely. I like how Paystack does it. They do it with some e-commerce website as well, where each time you pay, you have a unique bank account, right? They generate it for you at that moment, and then you pay through that account. You can't reuse it. So there, of course, limits that. Someone says cashless payments also has a demerit. There's nothing in this world that has merits and not demerits. The point is, when you weigh the two, the merits more than the demerits. If the answer is yes, then do it. So clearly, the merits are more. The demerits, of course, are always with demerits. Just in case you forgot your card at home or you forgot your phone, which I think is going to be very rare, right? Or maybe your battery is dead, go and buy power bank. Anyway, the point is, because there are demerits to everything, but I think it's a lot better to have this than what we're having before, where most of the money ended up in certain people's pockets because of corruption. Anyway, let's listen to this gentleman discuss how to. I mean, it's longer, but if I play it, this is from Nairametrics, by the way, how to access mortgage in Nigeria. Just a bit about it. Take a listen to this.
If I am less than 30 years old and I want to get a mortgage in Nigeria, is it possible?
It is possible.
How?
So first thing, one myth, we have long-term mortgage in Nigeria.
Okay.
High rates made it quite unlikable. In Imperial, we do 15, we do 20 years.
Okay. Is that the longest one can get?
20 years.
20 years.
Is the longest we can do.
Okay.
Federal Mortgage Bank, 25 years, some 30 years.
Okay.
So we have it. And this Federal Mortgage Bank money is different from Imperial money. So we do 20 years, we do 15. In fact, we encourage people to do. Average we did, the last 3 years is 12 years. Before the advent of MRIF and family home funds, government scheme, additional government scheme, in addition to Federal Mortgage Bank. And I know MRIF and family home funds average is 20 years as well. So as a sub 30 person, the best time to come in is now. Okay. And I always tell people, why do you want to start buying a house from prime areas? The people we try to copy in Europe and the US, they start from the suburbs. Then you move closer to the city. In fact, most people that we see that have houses closer to the city, like in the UK, for example, Milton Keynes, closer to the city, maybe Watford, closer to the city, that might be their third or second house. Most of them don't start from that place, closer to the city. And Milton Keynes is still some 40 minutes from the city. From the city. From North London or from East London, So Nigerians need to know that you don't need to start from Ikate, or VI, or Lekki One, So closer to city is Abraham Adesanya.
Okay, so location has to be.
Yeah, you need to factor it in. So you knew you're earning 600,000. You can do 200,000 naira monthly repayment.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying somebody on a 600,000 naira salary take home? Can get a mortgage.
Can get a mortgage. You can get a 20 million naira, 25 million naira mortgage. That means with your own equity contribution of let's say 5 million naira, you can get a 30 million naira house or a flat, and a 30 million naira flats.
And what that person pays is 200,000.
200,000 naira.
Every month.
I have the breakdown here.
So
somehow I think I should play it again for some reason. I don't know why. Well, I think I know why. Be like I say somebody needs to listen to that thing. So let me just play it one more time, please. Maybe not from the beginning though, but I think that part where he was trying to break it down. Can you imagine? Somebody just asked how much is the deposit. I don't know, to be honest. So we might have to maybe listen to the entire video on Nairametrics. But just to get a bit more context, well, not context, more information, just in case you didn't get it the first time, please take a listen to it again.
Get a mortgage in Nigeria, is it possible?
It is possible.
How?
So first thing, one myth, we have long-term mortgage in Nigeria.
Okay.
High rates made it quite unlikable. It's the longest we can do. Federal Mortgage Bank, 25 years, some 30 years.
Okay.
So we have it. And this Federal Mortgage Bank money is different from Imperial money. So we do 20 years, we do 15. In fact, we encourage people to do. Average we did, the last 3 years is 12 years. Before the advent of MRIF and family funds, government scheme, additional government scheme, in addition to Federal Mortgage Bank. And I know MRIF and family funds average is 20 years as well. So as a sub-30 person, the best time to come in is now. Okay. And I always tell people, why do you want to start buying a house from prime areas? The people we try to copy in Europe and the US, they start from the suburbs. Then you move closely to the city. In fact, most people that we see that have houses closer to the city, like in the UK, for example, Milton Keynes, closer to the city, maybe Watford, closer to the city, that might be their third or second house. Most of them don't start from that place, closer to the city. And Milton Keynes is still some 40 minutes from the city. From the city. From North London or from East London, so Nigerians need to know that you don't need to start from Ikate, or VI, or Lekki One. So closer to city is Abraham Adesanya. Okay, so location has to be. Yeah, you need to factor it in. So you knew you're earning 600,000. You can do 200,000 naira monthly repayment. So wait, hold on. So you're saying somebody on a 600,000 naira salary take home, can't get a mortgage. Can get a mortgage. You can get a 20 million naira, 25 million naira mortgage. That means with your own equity contribution of let's say 5 million naira, you can get a 30 million naira house or a flat, and a 30 million naira flat. And what that person pays is 200,000 naira.
So to the question that the person asked earlier, he gave an idea of what the equity would be. So he says, with equity of 5 million naira, a person can get a 30 million naira house and then pay 200,000 naira on a monthly basis. I think it makes sense. Of course, you may want to get more details, but 5 million out of 30 million, I don't know the house where you could buy for 30 million, but I think it's just giving us a rough estimate. But yeah, please take, you can get more information. I'm just putting this out there so I know that at least this thing is possible or not. All right. This is from Alan Oyema. That's the Airpeace boss. It says land use. Ndigbo not yet ready for development. Alan Oyema. The chairman of Airpeace Airline, Chief Alan Oyema, has accused Ndigbo of being resistant to development of their territory in the southeast. Oyema's allegation came out an allegation by certain Igbo people that he, Oyema, left the southeast to situate a multi-million-dollar maintenance, repair, and overhaul MRO facility in Lagos instead of the southeast. Oyema washed his hands off the allegation, stating that it was the same Igbo people who never wanted to make land available for construction of the facility in either Enugu or Anambra. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, recently flagged off the commencement of the construction of maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, which sparked the allegation against Oyema. When the project is completed, Nigerian Airlines, the Presidential Fleet, and the Nigerian Air Force Fleet would no more ferry their aircraft to overseas facilities for major checks, which gobs a lot of foreign exchange. All right. The facility will save Nigeria domestic carriers about 360 billion naira worth of foreign exchange annually, as Airpeace alone spends about 180 billion naira on maintenance in 1 year. The facility will create approximately 50,000 jobs and will be situated on a vast 34,000 square meter land at the Lagos airport. The MRO will also attract airlines from West and Central Africa, other parts of the world, to bring their aircraft to be maintained here in Nigeria and thus bring in foreign exchange because such facilities in high demand all over the world. Reacting to the accusation against him, Oyema said that he made every effort to site the project in the southeast, but was agreed to buy any land for the project that is taking 34,000 square meters of land. He rejected the accusations by citizens of the southeast that he neglected his home base in siting the billion-naira MRO at Lagos Airport instead of Enugu or Anambra airports. He said that Airpeace was frustrated out of its original intention to site the project at Enugu Airport after approval by the Enugu state government and investment of millions. Oyema said, quote, "On the Enugu thing, please check some news stories during the government of Governor Ugwanyi. I visited the state officially several times, held meetings with the governor and his cabinet on my intention to be given land to build this MRO, that by God's grace will become the biggest in Africa on completion." Our intentions were announced. In fairness, the governor truly wanted. However, the usual intrigues and selfish interests from unknown others thwarted our intentions. No one gave us the land. Some families started claiming ownership of some lands anticipated to be given to us. Airport land. The conflict started. All my shuttles to Enugu came to nothing. I was pained. At the Anambra airport, I paid for land for the MRO facility. I paid over 100 million naira for land there. The next thing was some community and families warning me that the land at the airport belonged to them, that the state government had no right to even build the airport without their permission. I moved on. The land is still there. I believe the time has come for Igbos to look in the mirror and see who their true enemies are. When they gaze into the mirror, the real enemy will be staring back at them. Let us as a people undertake self-examination before we start complaining. We moan a lot about everything, blaming everyone, every other tribe except ourselves. We are destroying the Igbo land ourselves while blaming others. That's from Ayema. I need to change the power source. 1 second, please. We'll discuss this when I come back. Let me just change the power source. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for staying tuned. We had to switch the power source again. We're in Nigeria, so it comes with the territory. But we're hoping that with all these things they are planning, we're able to, it's even what they are planning, what I am planning myself. We shouldn't be having to change repeatedly like that. But I mean, we're here now, so thank God. Good to be here. So, quickly, that was on Yema. Someone says the first question will be, is Oyema from Enugu? Let me check. He wanted Enugu. When Enugu did not work, he then went to Anambra, paid 100 million naira for the land. Then family started asking him, threatening him according to him. I'm waiting in talk with that though. I don't even know where he's from. 1 second. He's from Anambra State. He's from Mbosi in Hiala local government area, Anambra State, Nigeria. So that's his own state. They pushed him out and told him that even the airport that the government built, that they didn't have any right to build the airport without their permission. And so it looks like it's not because of seaport after all. It's a cultural issue. Oh, God. I've been saying something for a while, though. I hope people actually just fix up. This has nothing to do with whether there is airport in your land or seaport. It's the culture that pushes opportunities away, which requires people to then chase those opportunities outside their region. They have to go outside in order to. But that's from Alain Oyema. I don't even know if I want to talk about it. Maybe when people come up, you can say something to it and then we'll see if we can discuss it. It's a shame, right? For people who are always complaining about stuff and then now having an opportunity from one of your own and you still push that out. And he said something that's very, very important when he said that, he says, we moan a lot about everything, blaming everyone, every other tribe except ourselves. We are destroying the Igbo land ourselves while blaming others. He says, I believe the time has come for Igbos to look in the mirror and see who their true enemies are. When they gaze into the mirror, the real enemy will be staring back at them. Let us as a people undertake self-examination before we start complaining. Those were his own words, not mine. I really wish the people of the Southeast, I mean, this would have been very good if he had consolidated this in the Southeast. Should have brought in a lot of, what's it called now? A lot of traffic to that place. But by the way, that's not the first MRO in Nigeria. Nigeria has about 4 already. So Nigeria has one for Aero Contractor, 7-Star Global Hangar Limited, Craftsman Maintenance Limited, FAI Technic GmbH. So the thing is, what he wants to do would have been the 5th one. Would have been the first one in the Southeast, but it's going to be the 5th one in Lagos now. So, it is what it is. But it's crazy how if people will intentionally. That's why I said our pushback also has to be reasonable. We can't push us to the point where we say, we don't want anybody to buy our land. We don't want anybody. You got to man for a day. That's why I said no extremes. No extremes. You just create structure. Don't have to go to the extreme. We don't want to see anybody who is not our own. It will come. Oh, yeah, come on, Kobo. Agbe ting bere pade lokun. Come agbe pade le Yoruba. Don't bere pade olosa come agbe pade le Yoruba. Bó ṣe rí nìyẹn. But it's, again, we're not open for nothing. And those who want to be close and insult every other person, continue. All right, we're wrapping up. They'll bring people up very soon. So Sahara Reporters published this some days ago. Tinubu directs INEC chairman Yakubu to immediately proceed on leave for betraying APC, set to nominate successor. Now, I don't have to read this whole thing because I think it's crap. This is not to say that there's nothing good coming out of Sahara Reporters, but this particular one is nonsense. And the reason, of course, is because according to Section 6, subsection 2B of the Electoral Act 2022, a person appointed to the office of a resident electoral commission shall hold office for a term of 5 years from the date of his or her appointment, which may be renewable for another term of 5 years and no more. Professor Yakubu has been there since 2015. This is 2025, 10 years. So how is it that they're telling him to leave because he betrayed APC? I don't know which kind news media people they do. His term is over. He could have 5 years and have a renewable term of another 5 years, making 10. Is that 10 years? He's leaving. Why must it be because he betrayed somebody? It's amazing. But the kind of news people they like that for Nigeria. Anyway, let's take a trip back to Enugu again. We're going back and forth. The Enugu East Senator Kelvin Chukwu dumps Labour Party for APC, cites prolonged crisis. Again, it's also from Sahara Reporters. This one we can read. And the reason we didn't read the other one, of course, was because if you look at the constitution, it already tells you that there are 2 terms. The Labour Party in Enugu State has suffered a setback as Senator Kelvin Chukwu, representing Enugu East Senatorial District, announced his defection to the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC). This move comes on the heels of similar defections by other elected Labour Party members in the state. According to Senator Chukwu, the protracted crisis rocking the Labour Party, which has led to its fractionalization, informed his decision to quit the party. The protracted crisis, quote, the protracted crisis rocking the LP, which has led to its fractionalization, a development that is seriously affecting its members, Chukwu stated, adding that the People's Democratic Party is also facing significant challenges. So he said that during a town hall meeting in Amuri community, in Kano West local government area, where he hails from, on Thursday, where he expressed appreciation to the people and his senatorial zone for their support since he assumed office at the National Assembly. LP, top to bottom, well, whatever they want to do in the south is good luck to them, but in the southwest, no way, no way, no way. Dangote has some fantastic opportunities for people. I'm just going to read out a couple of things here. Dangote Cement PLC supports Service City program. So if you have a degree or diploma in social sciences, humanities, you know what, I'm going to put this on the Telegram channel so you can read it. But you must not be older than 28 years as of October 31, 2025. One is Support Service GT program. The other one is Technical and Technical Support GT program. I'm going to put this one out there. I think the support one has to do with whether you study social sciences, humanities, business administration, law, or information technology. And then the Technical and Technical Support program is for first degree or higher diploma in chemical, production, mining engineering, geological sciences, laboratory sciences, biochemistry, and so on and so forth. So please, I'll put this in the Telegram channel. If you have any young ones, please reach out to them. Somebody says Dangote just employed some Lagos. Yeah, we talked about that on Monday. That if you're a Lagos indigenous, we'll put the link also in Redomi. By the way, if you have not joined the Telegram channel, please join it. It's Redomi Global. It's on Telegram, of course. Redomi is spelled REDOMI Global, as in globe. Please join and you'll find that particular information there. Okay. Weird, isn't it? Well, all right, so it is right there. Okay. 500,000 barrels per day from Ogoni land. Ogoni oil was okay. So this is from this is from the presidency, I think. Yeah. So they're expecting 500,000 barrels of oil per day from the Ogoniland oil fields. So we're looking forward to seeing how. I mean, I don't have the full stuff here. It's here, but the way it's written is not very. It's not going to work. But oil production in Ogoniland. Ogoniland is part of OML 11, one of Nigeria's largest onshore oil blocks, which previously had 33 fields. Despite the suspension, Ogoniland oil fields are believed to possess significant untapped potential of 500,000 barrels per day. By the way, I think it was 2 days ago, the federal government posthumously conferred CON on the Ogoni 4, which is good. So we're looking forward to what's going to happen in that area going forward. All right, 3 o'clock, perfect. I want to be sure. So if you'd like to contribute to any of these things, please send your request. But while you're coming up, I'm going to play something from the President of Kenya, a speech actually at the United Nations General Assembly. I thought it was good, and I'd like you to take a listen to this. Please listen to this.
You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table, where decisions about our destiny are made.
Benjamin Netanyahu's
So yeah, delegates, I don't want to play the other one where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, arrived at the podium to address the United Nations. You know what, let me play it and then I'll play the other one, then I'll explain what I really want to talk about, which is the one by Ruto.
Just made his way to the podium, and we're going to listen into what he's got to say. Benjamin Netanyahu's just made his way to the podium, and we're going to listen into what he's got to say.
Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall.
That's people that's stepping out as soon as Benjamin Netanyahu was invited to take the podium. But one more thing, now I'll go back to Ruto a second, please. This is from the President of Colombia, Gustavo Petro. Take a listen to this at the same United Nations General Assembly.
Superior, señores. No hay raza superior, señores.
There's no superior race. There's no superior race. There's no chosen people of God. It is neither the United States nor Israel.
El pueblo elegido de Dios es la humanidad toda.
So the chosen people of God is all of humanity. All right, so that's about the whole Israel thing. But back to what I really want to talk about is what Ruto said. It's time for Africa to have a seat at the Security Council, and I hope that Nigeria will be the country to, who else? So it's important what he said, very important. When you come up, you can also speak to that. A few more things before I bring people up. Press release from the federal government. FG unveils official theme for 2025 Independence Anniversary. World Press Conference holds on Monday, 29 September. The federal government has unveiled the official theme for the 2025 Independence Anniversary, tagged Nigeria at 65, all hands on deck for a greater nation. The theme for Nigeria at 65 underscores the need for unity, collaboration, and patriotism among the public sector, private sector, civil society, and the citizenry towards building a nation characterized by sustainable peace, prosperity, and progress. So we're looking forward to that. And then the sad part, something very terrible that I want to share. I don't like bad news, but this is bad. 21 wives of Adamawa State Local Government Chairman are in Turkey for training on how to assist and advise their husbands as local government chairman wives. This is bad news. So this autonomy, when they talk, when we gonna give people money, now what's going to take and do with this? 20, they couldn't go anywhere else in Nigeria. Like, there's no place in Jos. Jos has some fantastic weather conditions. I love, the way Jos is. Could be like say they abroad. So, to wait for Jos, no reach. You know if you go Obudu Catarant, you know if you go Ada, Mycom Resort in Ada, you couldn't go to any of these things. You had to go to Turkey to go and learn how to become advisor to your husband. Hey. And I hear that pensioners have not been paid. Wives of local government chairmen are in Turkey for training on how to assist and advise their husbands. This is not good. This is not good. So what will governors' wives do? They have to travel to space at this rate. This is not good. It's sad, but it is what it is. Another bad news. Ogun files land grabbing charges against 2 monarchs. The Onijoko of Ijoko Oba Fatai Matomi, and the Olu of Orile Igboigbesa, Oba Yusuf Olasukomi. Those ones sold land and started causing wahala. So those ones, terrible news. Sold land in 1976. Then now I've been talking about the price again. The person paid under 5 million naira, and Obama Tommy is still harassing the person. So the government has taken it off. Hopefully they can settle it. But this is just a shameful thing. Someone in the comment section says, when the head is rotten, anything goes. Let me not say your head is rotten. What kind of nonsense are you saying? It's not a society that produces the people that becomes the head. Who is the head? And I know in your mind, the head is always Tinubu because you have no ability to think about anything else but him. How is it your nightmare? When the head... Can you guys not take responsibility? Local government chairmen are doing nonsense. You must blame federal government. Who are you people? How are you like this? If you want to write something, you should write it clearly. If you don't want people to misinterpret what you're writing, write it. Make it clear. Don't just be throwing unnecessary jabs. Unnecessary. Question, Mr. Gabriel says, Oga Gabriel, please, do you think this tax reform is going to be of help to the common man? As long as we have systems that will ensure that whatever is collected in terms of taxes are used for the people and not taken to Turkey to go and take care of local government chairman wives. As long as we have that, yes. Because at the end of the day, nobody say we have money like that for Nigeria. Nobody talks to Nigeria get resources. Nobody say we get money like that. So, if you have all that money, why are we like this? To generate revenue through taxes makes sense, right? When you generate it, just like what's happening with the VAT now, they take the money from the state governments and then they share the money amongst, the states as well, and even the federal government. You have this revenue allocation formula that RMAFC uses. It's the same that will happen with these taxes, but the real issue is what it's going to be spent on. I'll give an example now. Lekki Ekwe Expressway, the road is going crazy right now. I don't know if you've driven through that path, that road in a while. we discover that the road is just skinny. The system that was supposed to ensure that road didn't go bad was the one majority of the Nigerian, let me not say majority, some young Nigerians thinking they have sense were fighting against in the name of closing down Lekki Ekpe toll gate. That toll gate at not Admiralty, what's this place? VI. That toll gate. Since the toll gate is closed, revenue is not coming. Therefore, that money cannot be used to fix the road. Therefore, the road is going bad, and nobody's saying anything about it. And being a go complain. You can't complain. Sure, you said they should close it down. They've closed it now. How do you now drive on that same road? So as long as we know that, okay, what we are collecting, we're using it for some. So now we can appreciate when the toll gate was working. We can appreciate it now. The same thing is what I think should happen with our taxes. So if people can see where the money is going, I don't think it's going to be a lot of problems. I mean, see what's happening in Lagos. Taxes are paid, people are using it. There's a system that ensures that there's no frivolous spending. That system that Lagos has, if we have some, which I think is what the man in charge of FIRS, Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, I think that's what he's working on. We played some of his speeches, answers to certain questions a couple of days ago on Wednesday, right? So we need to have such systems, but collection of taxes, that is important. But how they go use them now, and how they go use them, how they go deploy them, and they go make sure, say, number one, the collection is efficient, but also the administration of that tax, the use of that tax, people face see them. So once we see that, then we can tell that we are making progress. So I hope I answered your question. There's no yes or no answer, unfortunately. I can't just do, yes, it will work for us, because number one, I'm not the president. Number two, I just think it's important to be very factual. The way people spend money sometimes, it actually makes citizens feel like, why should we even pay taxes? I mean, this one doesn't even make sense. You send wives of local government chairmen. Can their husband not take money from their salaries if they must travel? Somebody says, these days you are speaking pidgin small. I did try. Can't be like, say, somebody tell me, say my English on the too big, so I say make I try small. I hope it works. Now, how can you be doing an excursion using public funds? Say you are going there to learn how to support your husbands. So what kind of nonsense with this? If you must learn about how to take care of your husband, you cannot do it in your state, or go to neighboring states, or go to any other state in Nigeria. You must travel abroad for that. So as long as you have things like that, people are going to be reluctant. But taxes, it's actually important. All this, we talk a lot about Senate climb pays Senate taxes, and our own taxes are not even sane. I'm not saying they're insane, but they are not sane. So it's important, to have that. It's just want to make sure that they are judiciously deployed or used. So I hope I answered the question. If I didn't answer the way you want me to, just try and understand that I'm just saying that in their room, me, I'm just smiling for no reason. And the women are smiling. See them. I mean, now opportunity, then give this one. Senate climbs won't use your taxes to buy Cadillac cars. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Senate climbs won't use your money to buy Cadillac cars. Really? You guys just look for the worst in what you're looking at. You compare without even understanding what you're comparing the country with. Senate climbs don't buy Cadillac cars. Really? If I don't mention Cadillac, because Cadillac and Ford, those ones they buy their cars well for America. But now your business with that. I think we can stop here right now. We have some minutes to have reactions, and then we'll go to the news of today. Someone on YouTube says the local government chairman's wives were given a free holiday disguised as a course. They should have gone to Cotonou or Lomé instead, with very beautiful beaches. Yes. There are beaches in Ondo State too. There are beaches in Ogun State. There are beaches in Lagos State. Some things that we do don't make sense. And it's important to be telling our politicians too. How do you want people to be telling them, pay taxes? when they pay tax, they now go to Turkey to go and learn how to eat turkey. Senate claim give your money to Israel and Ukraine. Others. Meanwhile, since we asked that question, let me play you a video. This is from Durobond, by the way. And I think it's not, I won't play the full thing, but I think it's probably also going to help with the breakdown of taxes, who gets to pay, and what percentage they're going to be paying. Taxes are important, but we also have to hold the leaders accountable. And when we talk about what leaders are doing, we must be careful not to be saying, is Abuja, kilo kwa Abuja, pẹ̀lú àwọn tó ń lọ ṣe fàájì ní Turkey. Turkey. Anyway, take a listen to Durobond. I think this breakdown is quite nice. You're going to like it, I'm sure. All right.
Calculation. So on this website, you have the first tab, gross annual income. The amount you're earning per month, you multiply by 12 before deductions to know what your gross annual income is. So you put it there. Then you now have additional deductions. So you're not paying taxes on everything that you earn. The government allows you to remove some basic deductions, and then they now tax the balance. Or if you're a business, you remove your business expenses, and then they now tax the remaining profits. So it's not everything that goes through your account that they're going to tax, but I will explain more on that later. So what are the allowable deductions? You have your NHF contribution, National Housing Fund. So if you're contributing towards housing, NHIS, National Health Insurance Scheme, pension contribution, interest on loan for owner-occupied houses. So if you took a loan to buy or build the house that you're living in, you're not going to be paying, so you'll be allowed to deduct that interest that you pay every year. You have life insurance premium for those that are doing life insurance, and then you have your annual rent. Gross annual income, 65,000 naira times 12, that gives you 780,000 naira per year. I mean, somebody earning 780,000, I'm not sure they can have any deductions. NHF, the salary is already poor, right? But let's say their annual rent. So somebody earning 780,000, what is their rent? Let's assume 300,000 naira. So how much tax are they going to pay? So you can see it's zero. Somebody earning 65,000 naira is not going to pay any taxes. But under the old tax law, that person was going to be paying 2,886,000 naira, which is 4.4% of their salary. Let's use the next example, which is 100,000 naira. 100,000 naira is 1.2 million naira per year. So your gross annual income is 1.2 million. Again, this salary is too small to have deductions, right? So let's just use let's just remove the rent. Somebody earning 1.2, let's say 400,000. I don't feel like 300 was too much for somebody earning 780, but I mean, you can see it's still zero. So let's use 400,000 for somebody earning 1.2. So you can see somebody earning 100,000 naira is going to pay only 4,000 naira per month, which is 4% of their salary. Because there was this nonsense that was trending that once you're above that 65,000 or 800,000 naira per year, you'll be paying 15%. You can see that it's a lie. What you're only going to pay is 4%, which is one of the lowest in the world. What will you have been paying in the last administration? 6.5%, which is 6,500 naira. The next salary range you're going to use is 500K.
So use different salary ranges, and I think it's pretty good, the explanation. So if you check his page, you'll find it there. He actually explained it pretty well, and that's admirable. Before we move to the topic of today, good news from Bayelsa. I rarely read something good from Bayelsa, but I'm very happy to do that right now because they need all the good news in this world. All right, because again, Bayelsa is one of the smallest states, 8 local governments, and collects some of the biggest allocations in Nigeria. So what they're doing right now is of 60 megawatts procured by Governor Diri arrived in Bayelsa State. Once installed, I'll take it again. Bo, it's good news, so we must share good news. So gas turbines with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts procured by Governor Diri arrive in Bayelsa State. Once it's installed at the independent power plant being constructed, citizens in Bayelsa are expected to experience a 24-hour power supply in most areas of the state, reducing reliance on the national grid and boosting the local economy. So this is very good, fantastic news coming out of Bayelsa. Now I'm going to read the last thing, and then we'll call it a day on the news. Then we'll go to class. if you're on YouTube, please like the live. We have more people than likes, which is beautiful, but it's important to also like it. So please like the live on YouTube and Facebook as well. Please like and share. Thank you. On X, if you're on X listening to us, please also like and repost or retweet. Yeah, it's beautiful to know that we're able to reach different people using different platforms. I was going to say that one more thing before we go. This is something from Japan, and this is actually from the Cable. In a statement, JICA said it takes the situation seriously. By the way, Japan is scrapping Africa Hometown Initiative after Nigeria's special visas claim. I don't know if you know about it. A while back, I think it was like last month, people were talking about how Nigerians could move to a particular part of Japan. Although that was not the original intention of the program in Japan, Nigeria turned into something else. Anyway, they don't scrap them now. It wasn't even meant for people who did Nigeria, for them to travel to Japan. It was actually for folks in Japan, of Nigerian descent to go to certain places, something like that. But now they've even cancelled everything. Japan scraps Africa Hometown Initiative after Nigeria's special visa. JICA said it takes this situation seriously. After consulting with all parties involved, JICA has decided to withdraw the JICA Africa Hometown Initiative. The agency clarified that it has never undertaken initiatives to promote immigration and has no plans to do so in the future. JICA added that despite the withdrawal of the initiative, it intends to continue to support efforts to promote international exchanges. This is quite interesting. When I saw it, I felt like if anybody was looking for crowd, it should be Japan, considering, it has one of the lowest birth rates in the world. You have a lot of aging population. You have an aging population, and yet, they are saying no to that. And one of the reasons, of course, has to do with preservation of their own culture, of their way of life, the way they want it. I don't want anybody to come from outside and come around shouting, I have right. And that's a Sena climb. Sena. Okay, so Sena climbs know how to preserve their spaces. I said that to say that when you speak up for Yoruba land and hear people saying things like, oh, go to Sena climb, they don't care. One of the major problems that UK is going through right now, right, is multiculturalism. It started in the 1960s. One of these days we will discuss it. It started in the 1960s where people were allowed to come in. Yes, you can go on and say, oh, but they were the ones who, people say, they were the ones who went all over the world and entered into people's places, and so what? There are some arguments that Africans make, and I just wonder, what is wrong with us? Oh, they took our resources, therefore we can go to their houses. So why are you against people who are saying they can come to Yoruba land and do whatever they like? They took our resources because they had power. They had more power than we did. And they still do have more power. They can eject us if they want. It's their land. I said the other day that a lot of us, we are conservative when we're at home. We are liberal when we are abroad. We want them to give us what we don't want to give others at home. Let's just keep it a buck. While I, of course, don't expect racism or discrimination, but it's important to understand the fact that it's their country, not mine. Even when you become a citizen, it's different, sure. But the point I'm trying to make is that people are digging in and they're now telling themselves how wrong they were in the 1960s with multiculturalism. Look at what's happening in different towns and cities in the UK, especially in England. Look at the demographic of some of those cities. You know exactly what I'm talking about. People who will leave a particular country because of a particular religious law, Sharia, travel to the UK and then demand to have Sharia in the UK. But why? I wish I could play Shemule Risha. The speech that Trump gave, Trump talked about it this last, you may not like it, but I even like him. He doesn't care if anybody likes him or not, which is how you lead. If you're looking for people to like you, just go and do comedy. Even comedians don't care these days. I'll see if I can find it. Trump was saying, he said that the continent is going to the dogs. And he said, you are doing this because you want to look good. That's what Trump told them. This same United Nations General Assembly that they finished. I think they're still there. know, their continents, their countries are going. That's why Poland is the way Poland is. That's why Poland is pushing back. If you call them racist, they don't care. They don't want certain people in their country. You may not like it, but in your own home, how do you do your own thing? We don't like extremists, but the basics, the concept of preservation is something that every country has a right to. And I don't care whether they came to my country to take something last year. They had more power. If I had more power, I would have stopped them. And I know this is not sounding very African now, because I don't even like all this black. It's weak. Oh, they came to our country, therefore we also have a right to go to their country. They don't have stole our resources. That's why we are going to take from them. How about the people that stole their own resources? Did Rome not steal from England? Was England not colonized for 400 years? England's colonization was even longer than Nigeria's colonization by England. I'm just saying that the concept of preservation is universal. It's not about you're a tribalist, you're a tribalist. Japan is telling you right now that they have never had an immigration clinic, or how did they put it here, Seth? We have never... The agency clarified that it has never undertaken initiatives to promote immigration and has no plans to do so in the future. They want to preserve their space. You may not like it, but it's their home. It's not mine. And if we can say that about them, then we can say that about ourselves and not feel anything of, oh, you're a tribalist. No, you're a human being. Anybody who wants to claim your place is not a human being, is a thief. Let's be saying the truth, and the devil will be ashamed. In Jesus' name we pray. I was we can find that video where Trump actually said that. I mean, the man, of course, he has no... Oh, no, this is where he was talking about broken escalator. Trump actually gave us some interesting stuff this last, ongoing General Assembly. He was complaining about broken elevator. Let me quickly find it. I think you're going to like it, so it's going to be worth it. Which of these platforms? So somebody says, no, when you have an empire, you must expect migration. They stopped having empires since the 1960s. They don't, there's no British Empire. And I know people will say this, especially those who live abroad. And I'm not against asking for your rights as a human being or as a citizen. But this claim that because they had an empire, therefore I can move to their place and do whatever I like. That's what they are pushing back right now. If you like, agree. If you like, don't agree, it's okay. When you say that you can preserve your culture without being racist, nobody says you should be racist. Did you hear me say be racist? I said preserve it. Am I being racist to Igbos when I say that I want to preserve Yoruba culture? I mean, I think we should also be, look at the way we talk about others. We don't try to bring them down, but we say this is what we want to have. Mumbo, I'll see if I can find it. Somebody says it doesn't disappear. Okay, so that means that Roman Empire is still alive. Greek Empire is still alive because it does. Empires don't disappear according to you. So there's still Roman Empire. Please help me. Or maybe I don't know these things very well, because me, I'm just learning English small. So is there still Roman Empire? Since the empires don't disappear, is your empire still there? Is Greek Empire still alive? Persian Empire, Ife Empire. Ife is will probably still exist because, and even then, it's not the same way it used to. What's it changed? But again, I'm not saying, please, to be clear, I am not saying that because I'm not from there, I have no rights. You have rights. Even the Igbos have rights in Yoruba land, clearly. They are human beings. But, you can't use, think about it. See, for a second, take yourself out of the equation. Think like the owner of the land. What would you like the land to look like? And by the way, I used to tell Yoruba people, and I say this a lot to Yoruba people, when they talk about empire thing and they shout the Britain, I'm like, if an empire had military might, but it did not exercise military might like the Oyo Empire. It exercised military might, but not like the Oyo Empire. How do you think, when you talk about the greatest of, and you think of Gizo, how do you think the Dahomey would have thought of Oyo 200 years ago? I am saying that the effects of empires exist even when the empires expire, as they must. That's not the argument, though. The question is not whether there are effects of the empire. The question is, does the fact that you were part of the empire justify you move around anyhow and change the culture of the people in their own land? That's the point I was making. It's not about whether what you're saying is correct, by the way, Sandra Hill on YouTube, when you say that the effects of empire exist even when the empires expire as they must. Yes. Does that mean that a Dahomey person can come to Oyo anyhow because Oyo used to be? Well, I'm not in Oyo, but let's say Oyo can travel to Oyo now and say because the effects of, by the way, effects of colonization still exist in some parts of Africa from Yoruba land. So can they move anyhow to Yoruba land right now? You know, I say this thing, I usually put myself in their shoes. Again, I'm against racism, tribalism, any of those things, but I'm 100% for self-preservation. People wake up one morning and discover that their streets are taken up, by people that don't look like them. And by the way, I also think that Africans, when you know the truth, although sometimes they talk about Africans, but for the most part, you're not even the one they're really complaining about. They complain about us too, but the real issue is the culture that is changing. Why is Richard Dawkins, a known atheist, speaking for cultural Christianity in England? Why? Their very way of life is changing. How can you change the culture? What kind of question are you asking? Think about it. Why will Richard Dawkins, a known atheist, be pushing for cultural Christianity in England? You say, how do you change the culture? I mean, you live there. I don't. You definitely know that things are changing. I didn't start today. This has been on this is 2025. So this has been on consistently for the last 60 years. No problem with this in the UK, then you must have no problem with it in Yoruba land. We have to be consistent. So let's apply consistency. If we have no problem with this in the UK, then we cannot complain about people doing anything they like in Yoruba land. Are we okay? Are we good? Can we agree on that at least? When a person goes on the streets and sees the entire street taken over by a mosque that has spilled over with people praying in the streets, a person who knows that he grew up in a country that is more Christian, and you say it doesn't, it means something to them. It's their land. So imagine I wake up, it's not even happen. Lagos is no man's land. Lagos is no man's land. Why are we angry with that? Why are we angry with that? Why can't they say Lagos is no man's land? Why can't they say they have bought everywhere and they want to become the governor of every part of Nigeria? Why can't they say that? Again, if you're going to be conservative, I'm not talking about activism, but conservative. I will fight for my rights everywhere, but I will respect the host community and how they want the culture of their land to be. That is the fact. Well, that is what I believe. You may not like it, and it's fair. It's fair. When you start hearing people asking for Sharia in the UK, there are Sharia panels in the UK now, by the way. And they are all over the country. But people are asking for courts now, not just the panels. They're asking for courts. People are taking advantage of the system. It's not because they were an empire. They can come from Pakistan and do what you are doing. I mean, again, Africans, take yourself out of the issue. It's not about you. It's about the owners of that land. And listen to what they are. And now, it's not everything they are saying that makes sense. Sometimes it's just nonsense. It's true. Like, I remember I saw a video. The guy was like, they are taking our jobs. So which job? NHS. So they asked him that, did he go to school? I say, qualification to any? I think he went to high school. That's all. Which of your jobs are they taking? You cannot do anything. You don't even have the capacity to do that job. So that there are people like that. They just doesn't make sense. But I'm saying generally speaking, like beyond, why are you saying that you're racist? Maybe you should listen to them. And again, I'm just saying let's be consistent. That's all I'm saying. If the day I knew that this thing was a trouble, I've been reading about it for the first book I read on multiculturalism in England was in 2011. I remember that book because I still have it, and I refer to it for some things. It was about multiculturalism, and I was trying to understand what it was. Of course, I understood it, but I don't think I really got it until I heard Richard Dawkins talk about cultural Christianity. I was like, oh, okay, this is serious. When, for instance, this was back in the day, when the now king, when he was prince, said he will not be the defender of the faith, he will be the defender of the faiths, plural. People began to wonder, because now you are pandering, you want to be PC, politically correct. And then, let me tell you something. I think Europe has been guilt-tripped because of their past. And yes, they have a terrible past with this colonization nonsense. But I don't think anybody should guilt-trip this generation, especially now that they are being pushed out of Africa, which is beautiful, by the way. If I were European and you come and tell me that my father colonized you, I'd be like, so what? My father too was colonized. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. So, oh yes, Nigeria was colonized by England, but was England ever colonized? Yes, for 400 years by Rome. Was Rome ever colonized? Yes, Rome was also under another empire before it. Greek was the empire that was bigger before Rome came up. Before Greek, there was Persian Empire. The farther you always see different. Every era will have the powers that be, and then, you know. I hope I made the point. Let me even play what I wanted to play, Jerry. Let me play what I wanted to play. Someone says, yes, black people ruled Europe for a long time. I mean, black people ruled. The Moors ruled Spain for about 700 years. And you still see the effect in the architecture of Spain today. The Moors, the Africans, they ruled Spain for about 700 years. The Slavs were taking. They took Slavs, the old slaves in the they took Slavs to the point where, I mean, for 400 years, the Ottoman Empire raided the area. And then you also had the Roman Empire raiding the area. They took them to the point where the word slave came out of their name, became synonymous with their name, just like it is synonymous with Iroko that just came here to type himself and his family members. With what he just wrote now. To be fair, this is actually factual. The word slave is synonymous with the name of your family members. Iroko, I'm talking to you directly. Like, you're actually from a generation of slaves. Does that help? Okay. Keep writing nonsense. I'll be sending you home. Someone says Slavs were Ottoman soldiers, were after being Ottoman slaves. I mean, the word Slav is actually if you're looking for the etymology of slaves, it's Slav. You just say, dark way. So instead of saying, in other words, you're thinking of somebody who has been denied agency and freedom. So naturally, the person you see that has been denied that around you is the Slav. So go to a point all across Europe, they start using that as a way to explain a person who has been denied agency and authority and their freedom. So it just became another word for it. But we have something like that in Nigeria too. Iroko is from one of those groups. They were so enslaved. And I'm going to really speak to you today because I've been seeing your stupidity for a long time. You were so enslaved to the point where the only word that communities and towns around your place had for you was slave. All of them had words for you, and every one of them was saying slave. And I don't want to mention the names. But maybe if you say something else, I might tell you so that you can go and ask your dad. You guys are just irritants. Like you were literal slaves. They were it was point and kill. And they were scattered all over the place because, of course, they have no structure. But by the way, the Slavs are not complaining about that right now. Right now, so whenever you hear Slav, I mean, they were dealt with by the Ottoman Empire and also by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire also dealt with the French, the Gauls. They dealt with the Germans. They were also in England, in Scotland, especially England. So, world history, human history is actually quite interesting. And that's why I don't do all this. You did this to my father. Oga. And it's the survival of the fittest. It's not moral, but it's the reality. And Sandra Hill, yes, you're very correct. Empires rise and fall. That is the hallmark of human existence. 100%. You're right. You're very correct. Yes, Concilium. They didn't get Scotland. They got to England. That's why I had to repeat that thing. It's England. Scotland were dealt with by the English. But the England, even England, God said, wasn't England at the time. There was no England at the time that the Romans were there. They were Britons. Eventually had to move when the Vikings arrived. So imagine you're telling a Briton, maybe guys in Wales, for instance, who some people will tell you were the original inhabitants of England before they had to move. Now telling them that they should ask, so who are they going to talk to now? Are they going to talk to the Vikings or the French with the Norman invasion? What are they going to be fighting? It's just like, I'm where I am. I have to develop capacity so that nobody can do that to me ever again. And then I also want to be that person who I'm capable of doing it. I may choose not to, but I am capable of doing it, which is what you see across Europe. Most of these countries 600 years ago were just Eriomode, 700 years Eriomode for another empire, especially some countries like France and Germany and all those places. No, for England it would be like about 900, 1,000 years ago. Abi? Yeah, I think the Vikings arrived 10th, 11th century, and that was after the Romans left. Anyway, I hope you got the point. Iroko, please, I'm begging you in the name of God, please. I'm always very careful with you and your people because I know that you are underdeveloped. Your brain is not yet mature. It's not so different from sawdust. So please, let me not tell you what you're supposed to hear. I'm begging you now. God bless you. Let's listen to Trump. He said, don't block me. I won't block you. But I might mute you because when it gets too much for me, I'm going to mute you. You can't just come in and start insulting people. Especially since the word slave actually defines where you're from. And the mentality you see after tomorrow is that of a slave. You can't do that. Where freeborns are talking, you should actually not be speaking. The only reason you can speak right now is because let's thank God for freedom and thank God for Oyinbo. Now Oyinbo do this thing for you, for your life. You're supposed to celebrate Oyinbo. Whenever you see a white man, just bow down and worship. When people say that white men should not be worshipped, it's not for everybody. For Iroko and his family members, you should be worshipping black white men. If not for them, if you know what people have been doing to your people. Nigeria gone, Nigeria Keromero on you. I can relate you. I'll just send you home. You can ask your elders if I'm right. And I can assure you, I'll even give you sources. I'll give you the books. Carry it to your elders and go and tell them. But you won't read. You won't read. I hope with that you will stop. Because, and by the way, guys, I've not mentioned any specific group, and that's intentional, right? But Iroko, you call me every time and you do this thing. But I think it's about to tell you one of these days. But I've not told you yet. I'm just introducing. Introduction. First of all, introduction. Talo Koreano, Olamide. Listen to Trump, please. Please.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border, and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore.
So these are countries that are going to hell, and it's talking about multiculturalism. Someone says the Romans saw them as extremely primitive. Yes, they were barbarians. When you read history makes Bible exciting. When you read some of the letters of Paul, and you see words about barbarians, that word is referring to Europeans. Some Europeans were barbarians. I mean, because you have to be a Roman. Why was Paul so proud of being Roman? Why was it that when he was punished by the centurion and was to be beaten, himself and Silas, he said that he was Roman? He said, let me tell you how it went. If it's actually quite funny. When the president Paul said he was Roman, so you shouldn't have to go through that experience. And then the centurion said, I bought the citizenship with a great price. In other words, he became a Roman by buying the citizenship, maybe by investment, like we were talking about the other day. So he said, I paid a great price for it. Then Paul said, I was born Roman. In other words, his own father was Roman. Why was it such a big deal? Because to be Roman was to be at the top of the world. All these Europeans, many of the Western European countries were called barbarians. I don't see them crying around and telling Italy to come and pay them reparations. I don't see them doing that. And not for anything about this world, if you cry, they'll disrespect you the more. But if you, like the Ruto, when Ruto was talking, I like what he said about the fact that Africa needs to be, but there's some things that you're going to do that even they will know that no, the time has changed, game has changed, game over for them in Africa. We're going to get there by the grace of God and the use of our intellect. All right. But I say we don't get anybody who want to talk. People are talking in the comment section, by the way. So let me read a few more things before we get into the conversation. Kubu says Iroko should be paying royalties to the British for saving their race. Asari Dokubo already said he just would have sold them all. I'm glad you didn't mention anybody so I can read it. Sandraye said they saw them as primitive. Yes. They were Britain tribes. Yes. Even the word, some of the words, by the way, some people who go into this, you can also be hyper-conservative. Someone say, oh, we don't want to use anything. We don't want to use anything. There are some things that have stayed with us right now. Let's say in England, for instance. They're not even English in origin. London is not an English word. It's a Latin word. It's from the Romans. Manchester is from the Romans. A lot of things they left in England, still in England till today. Even the very structure, the people of that place changed. And as soon as they changed and gained food, they did not allow anybody to do that to them. Why? Power. Yes, it was Londonium. Power. They had power and they created a new society. We have power now, so you do what they also did. They don't allow anybody, unless you conquer. If nobody, all these clowns are shouting Nigeria cannot conquer anybody. A few more things. Sandra says I have not, but they are a minority and a lot of hysteria is just that, hysteria. I respect that. I am from Lagos and I understand the feeling of being swarmed even by other Yorubas, but most immigrants respect the culture and assimilate. There are some from the Indian subcontinent who have not, but they are a minority, and a lot of the hysteria is just that hysteria. I don't know if it's just that, Shao, especially with the religious part. So there are three levels to this, or there are two levels to this. There is the racial bit, there's the religious bit, and what you are talking about is the racial bit. The religious bit is actually incompatible with assimilation, with the concept of assimilation for the most part, in the minds of some people. I'm not saying that's what the religion teaches, but that's what they push as a narrative, that because they belong to a particular religion, they cannot assimilate into British culture. And I think that's what the people are complaining about. And yes, I can say, oh, it's just hysteria. It could be, but I still want to respect their rights to have that hysteria. Because if your religion is changing, I see the way it works is this. You can have some religions in your place and everybody can stay side by side and everybody will be fine. But if the religion is trying to change the fundamental substructure of your culture, which is the law of the land, then you begin to get wary. So I think that's what's happening. And we also had that experience here in Nigeria and in Yoruba land. And when you said, I saw what you did, Sha, with the Yoruba thing that you wrote. And Sandra Hill, are you from the island? And are you Saro? Okay, I'll expect your response. All right. All right. Let's go to class. So I've taken your feedback from the comment section. Thank you very much for the feedback. Let's go to class. By the way, the governor of Ogun State is still in China, meeting with the governor of Shandong province, Mr. Zhu Nianxiang. If I didn't pronounce it correctly, my Mandarin is work in progress. As part of our efforts to foster a Shandong Ogun State economic and trade partnership under the broader Nigeria-China strategic partnership. I like what these governors are doing. This particular one, I like at least what he's doing right now. This is fantastic. All right. Let me tell you something. So that's the coronation in Ibadan. Wọ́n ti jẹ́ ìwé àkọ́kọ́ sórí kábíyèsí ọba Àṣẹdé Adéwọ̀lú Ládọjà. Ìgbà wọn á tu àwọn ọmọ àti ará Ìbàdàn lára o. Àṣẹ. All right, let's go to class. Let's go back to the book. Thank you for being here. If you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. On YouTube, please like and share. Thank you very much. We're going to have a fantastic time today. We have a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover. And it's Friday. It's almost 4 p.m. So this is the right time, actually. Nìbàdàn ni wọ́n bí wá sí o. Ẹ wọ́n náà bí Ìbàdàn bíbí náà. Ṣé wọ́n bí àwọn kan Ìbàdàn tó wà níbí? Wọ́n jẹ́ tọ̀ ǹlẹ́ o. Nìbàdàn ni wọ́n bí wá sí. Bàbá wa pẹ̀lú wọn ló ní ilẹ̀. All right. Let's go to the topic of today. How ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria, part 8. And I hope we end this reading, this chapter today, so that next week we're going to begin something new, which will be Aulo and Akintola. Somebody says, born. Oh, you were born in Ibadan. Ah, so we share birthplaces. I'm from the same. I was born in that city as well. Fantastic city. All right. In the comment section, someone says Igbos are at par with the UK, not with hungry Yariba. Or Mwerunie. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Anyodele. We've been going through this book. We've learned a lot about, the dynamics of politics in Nigeria in the 50s into the First Republic, leading to the coup in 1966, January. And we've also talked about what happened in July with the counter coup, July 29, 1966, and with the way the country was at the time. And one of the things we're trying to make very clear is that Nigeria, at the moment, as it is constituted, is not a nation. Now, I said it here before, that if you look for the meaning of nation in Yoruba language, it even helps you to understand it. And I think before we even go into the meaning of nation in Yoruba language, let me read to you what nation means according to dictionary. A nation is a federation of tribes. It's a good example, it's a good kineo, but that's exactly what I'm trying to say. But there's a better, one second, let me look for a better. It is a federation of tribes. And that's why I also say that. And you have to call Yoruba people tribes to make Nigeria a nation. And I'm not from Yoruba tribe. I am not from Yoruba tribe. By the way, the clown who is writing Iroko, I hope you know that Iroko is a Yoruba word. That's the funny thing about you guys. You lack creativity. You'll be using Yoruba name, wearing Yoruba clothes, and insulting Yoruba people. How smart are you? Nation is a distinct population bound by a shared sense of common culture, history, language, ethnicity, or belief, which often results in a collective identity and feeling of unity. I'll take it again. A nation is a distinct population bound by a shared sense of common culture, history, language, ethnicity, or belief, which often results in a collective identity and feeling of unity. So if Nigeria is not a nation, what is it? It's a country. A country is a politically organized territory with defined borders, a sovereign government, and a population, often but not always united by a shared culture, history, or language. We don't have shared culture or language. Well, we have shared history now since 1914, but it's a politically organized territory. You see, Papa published his first book. Papa, that's Awo, published his first book in 1947, Path to Nigerian Freedom, and he said Nigeria is a mere geographic expression. He said Nigeria is not a nation, but a mere geographic expression. We have done well since 47. Now, in 2025, we are a country, not just a mere geographic expression. In other words, we are a politically organized territory. All right. However, we have to understand the fact that there are many nations within Nigeria. Excuse me. There are many nations within Nigeria, and that is not disunity. That is the reality. We are many in one. And what that means basically is that people are going to have different ways of doing things because in their own nation, they have a shared culture, shared history, shared language. And for the most part, what will make that nation, or let me put it this way, what will elevate that nation? But there's nothing bad with that. If you're Yoruba, do what will elevate Yoruba people. If you're able to do what to elevate Igbo people, if you also do what to elevate Hausa people. However, this is what we have noticed in Nigeria. There's a particular group who does what will elevate his own people at the expense of every others. And it is that group that calls every other person tribalist. And they're the ones who tell you that ethnicity has nothing to do with politics. Meanwhile, everything that has to do with their political history is based on the ethnicity. When you want to understand how Nigerian politics plays, or how Nigerian politics is, you can blame the North. Let me tell you the truth about the North, from what I've discovered. The North can be selfish. They want something for themselves. They're about themselves. 1 second, please. They want something for themselves, which is fair. The West wants something for itself. We want something for ourselves, and we also want others to be okay. So you have like a tinge of altruism there. Or afenifere. That's the Yoruba mindset. The East wants good for itself at the expense of every other group. In other words, they don't mind destroying every other group as long as the East works. Now, you may say, what do you mean? A very good example a very good incident that gives you that helps us understand that basic stuff is what the North said, don't create any state. We don't want middle belt. So there were 3 regions at the time, the North, the East, and the West. In those 3 regions, the minorities were clamoring for their own separate regions. So in the East, you had the COR, that's the Calabar, Ogoja Rivers provinces. In the West, you had the Midwest. In the North, you had the Middle Belt. They started clamoring in the 40s, but it became very loud in 52 for the Midwest, 55 for COR, and also for Middle Belt. So around that time, people say, canvassing for stuff, and we must go out, must have our own state. So there's going to be a conference, and they had a conversation on how it would go. They not said, don't create Middle Belt. We don't want to create Midwest. Don't create another group, but don't touch our own region. Don't touch the North. So you can say it's selfish. Fair enough. The West said, okay, you can create the Midwest as long as you create COR. Because we don't want to just lose our land, because we're the smallest region in terms of land size or land mass. So if you're going to create COR, then you can create Midwest. That was the position of the Western region. The Eastern region was different. They said, don't touch, we don't care about what happens in the North, but don't touch our own region. But see that West, break it into 4. In other words, as far as the East is concerned, their growth is dependent on the downfall of others. You have to break the West into Midwest, Lagos, Central States, and then the nonsense he came up with, which was Cassava State, Kulanot and Cassava State, Ijebu and Abeokuta provinces. That's the mindset. Is what you see with the indigenship by indigenship status bill that we talked about recently. Is the same spirit. It's what you see also with what's his name? Ojukwu did, we're in the book now. What Ojukwu did in 66. Olajura kan tí kìíní orin kan tí Báyọ̀ Adégbóyèga kọ, máa fi kan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ mi. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the gift, Empress. Thank you. By the way, on YouTube, that stuff you saw, that's a gift on TikTok. I hear you can give gifts on YouTube as well now, so thank you. By the way, Sandra Hill, I think you did a while back. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. There's a song that Báyọ̀ Adégbóyèga, anyone here knows Báyọ̀ Adégbóyèga? He's late now. He was very popular in his lifetime. Anybody knows Báyọ̀ Adégbóyèga? I want to make sure that àwọn àgbàlagbà, ẹ̀yin àgbà ẹ̀yin àgbà tẹ́ bá rí pé àṣẹyìn, ẹ má rojọ́ wá síbi tó ṣòro. All right, ọmọ ìlàjọ ọgbọ́n dèbí kan. Here's the point. Báyọ̀ Adégbóyèga sang a song. It says, má fi kan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ mi. Má fi kan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ mi. Ire owó ọmọ àlàáfíà ni mo ń fẹ́ o. What he said in that song is that if you're going to give me something, don't use that as an opportunity to take from me what I already possess. It's a prayer to God. You want to give me something, but don't use it as an opportunity to take from me what I already possess. And that was the politics of the Eastern region. And that's what you also saw in what Ojukwu did in 1966. People will tell you that it was altruistic, but in actual fact, it was demonic. What did he do? He removed tribal origin from every form that people were feeling and said, you know what, we want to create this egalitarian society in Nigeria. So no matter where you're from in Nigeria, as you're feeling that form, don't worry about it. Just come in. You can get scholarships and everything. If you're Yoruba, no problem. If you're Yoruba, you're Hausa, you are wherever you're from, no problem. Now, this was in 66. 11 years before this moment, the Western region created something called free education, universal. Everybody could access it, right? All across the Western region. And even those who came into Yoruba land from outside Western region, they could also access it. But regardless of what other regions did, Yoruba land continued doing it. That's how you know what a policy is. I'm going somewhere. Stay with me, please. The policy was free education. You had to raise money for it. You do what you want to do. People saw it, wanted to copy it. The Eastern region copied it in 1957. They stopped within 1 year. They couldn't manage. The Northern region copied it. They couldn't, do anything with it. So they had to resort to adult education much later. So the West did what the West did because it was a policy that came out of the need to help the people. The East came up with this ridiculous remove your tribe of origin from their forms in 1966, only to stop it because there was no reciprocity from other regions, which tells you that the real reason for that policy was so they could get into other places to come back. It was not about a policy based on altruism. It wasn't altruistic. It wasn't even nation building. It was a way to get in. It was actually parasitic, to be clear. It was a way to get into other people's region so that those people also remove tribe of origin. And knowing fully well that you are the group that travels a lot. Every group travels, but they're not being chased. You are the group that travels a lot. Once you get into their region, they will then have to have you amongst themselves, remove your tribe of origin. That thing that Ojukwu was trying to do in 66 is similar to what the Indigenous Status Bill is about in 2020. The same spirit is still alive. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And a person who comes to you to tell you that, forget about tribe, the tribal lines, it doesn't really matter, is a person who is actually using ethnicity to influence politics in Nigeria. That's the point. The one who tells you, don't look at that thing, is trying to create a blind side so that it can make you not see what it's actually doing. It knows what's up. You are naive. For the most part, Yoruba, we are naive in Nigerian politics. We just have this thing of everybody is sane. Not everybody is sane. Many are mad. Few are roaming. And we are gone. And the way people think is based on their frame of reference. Your frame of reference is different. And why? Because we are different nations. And it is not a problem. Our cultures, our experiences, our ancestries, our stories, our myth of origin, our folklores, all those things affect the way we think. Our value systems are different. Therefore, the way we approach politics will be different. The assumption that we are one nation is why we are not making progress, because we are not acknowledging the fact that this other person is a uniquely made, uniquely conditioned person from me. The concept of Omoluabi is not what's the value system of Nigeria. We don't have one. We don't. And I've said it before. What is the value system of Yoruba people? If I ask for you, I don't know about other groups, but if I say Yoruba, you say Omoluabi ethos. Iwapele, Akikanju, you mentioned Omoluabi ethos. What's the one for Nigeria? And I've said it before. What unites us in Nigeria, they're not past three things. Number one is jollof rice. Number two is football. Oh, no, number one is football. When we start playing football now, all of us will just say, up Nigeria. After the match, we'll come back to reality. Number one is football. Number two is jollof rice. Number three is the ability to suffer. You say we are tenacious people, we have tenacity. In other words, we can quickly adapt if we go into, which is a good thing, by the way. If we are going through some terrible times, we know how to go through stuff, which is beautiful. We know how to go through things and just, emerge better, which is a fantastic thing, by the way. But that's not a value system. Somebody say Afrobeat. That too. And I'll tell you the reason I mentioned those three. Outside those three, every other thing that unites us is based on one. That's why I didn't mention it. You don't have to mention any ethnicity with rice. Jollof rice is actually from Senegal. Football, that one is from Europe. The tenacity, which is a blessing, that one are from military government. Then give us that one. If you grow up under the military, you know why we are very, very strong. We adapt very quickly. Now we go sit down one place, just say, okay, wait, what's the next thing? Abacha stove. We know how to create things and we can adapt. That's a blessing. But it's not a value system. Someone says, beautiful women, very handsome melanin men. Okay, I agree. But it has no value system. But it's one of the things that also unites us. I don't know if it unites us, to be honest. Every other thing, the wedding is Yoruba. When Buhari was going to recommend a language in BRICS, it was Hausa. There was no Nigerian language to recommend. He took Hausa there. People say, oh, no, you couldn't have done it. I wish you took Yoruba because, to be honest, Yoruba is one of the most popular languages in the world. Top 10. Is it top 10 or top 20? I read the list last week. It's one of the most, outside the continent, it's spoken more than any other African language outside the continent of Africa. And within the continent, it's one of the most widely spoken language. No, Hausa is popular. I said Hausa is not popular outside Africa. Hausa is not popular outside Africa. Hausa is popular within Africa. And it is popular Yoruba is also popular within Africa. Yoruba is spoken in about 6 nations at least, or 7, with Irotopo. So you have like a sizable number of people speaking Yoruba in Nigeria, in Benin Republic, in Togo, in Ghana, in Gambia, in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, thanks to Ejigbo people. That's about 7 nations. Then, of course, outside is also a ritual language in some people's religion. So it's that kind of language. But anyway, he chose to put Hausa out, and then he used Hausa. Now, the question, some people were angry, but then the issue is this: how are you going to be angry? There is no Nigerian language, and there's no nation without a language. There is no nation without a language. Is the truth. You have language, you have ethnicity, you have culture, you have ancestry in some cases, you have heritage, you have things that you share amongst yourself. We don't have it. But does that mean that we are disadvantaged? I don't think so. I think the real issue is that we don't want to appreciate or acknowledge the fact that we have several nations within Nigeria, and that each group, some people project scarcity. Somebody said pidgin English. No, Olomaje. That's the point. Why do I need pidgin English to be a national language? Why? Why can't I just do what English and Hindi? Those are the 2 national languages. But in your regions, the dominant language of that region is the official language in that region. No national cohesion. Everybody speaks English already. Pidgin, sincerely, people have said this thing, I don't like it, and I'll tell you why. There are no rules to pidgin. So, but we can create the rules. Why should I want to create rules when I already have Yoruba language? Let's speak English. What India did was every region, I think about 26 languages, every region, the dominant language in your region becomes the official language of that region, apart from English. And that's why I discovered that in India, there are many film industries. There's Tollywood, there is Telugu, there's Tamilwood. It's not just Bollywood. Which is why when a filmmaker said, oh, we shouldn't have Yoruba wood, it's tribalistic, we just call it Nollywood. I'm like, what is wrong with our people? What's Nollywood? You want to tell the history of Nollywood? They started in 1994. They said the first film in Nigeria is living in bondage. I'm like, what? Making films before then now. And it's because we are trying to force unity. You are not acknowledging. If you want to, let me even read something to you. 1 second. I want to read to you we are still on topic. We are still on topic. Oh dear, I can't find it. I will find it. May have to use another. 1 second. If we do this, I believe that this is how Nigeria can grow. Everybody, so in everybody will know what they're supposed to do, and then you do your stuff. You do yours, I do mine. She does hers, he does his. We put everything together. Nigeria has developed. All this one was don't do your own. Let us come together to do something. We have not done anything since. In India, you have Kollywood, Tollywood, Mollywood, Mumbai, Assamese, Gujarati, Kochi, Sandalwood, Bengali, Punjabi. Everybody speaks the language. Why must we have English? Why can't you have Ibibio? Which is why I like that shanty town. I like the way Iniedo and I like Ibibio language. It rolls off the tongue very nicely. I like the way they had that communication. It wasn't Ibibio. It was lovely. This thing of we must unite. So we think we are building a nation, but we are killing ourselves. Why? Because where I am coming from, my value system is we'll unite. This thing is going to be mutually beneficial. Right? it will benefit. I'll benefit from this. You also benefit from it. That's where I'm coming from. That's my frame of reference. Some other people, culturally, their frame of reference is they must get it at the expense of others. In other words, if you die, if the other person dies, as long as they get it, they are good. That's the issue. So knowing full well that the value system is different, I can say, okay, do your thing, I'll do my stuff. When everybody does, so if your enclave is good, mine is good, hers is good, this is good, theirs are good, everything Nigeria is good. If we don't do that, we're just looking for is trouble we're looking for, calling unity. And I think I've said this several times. We need unity of purpose, not unity of identity. We don't need unity of identity. We don't have to come together to do anything. We don't have to come together to be anything. We can come together to do something, not to be something. Just do something. Obanko, I see what you're writing. No, the separatism is your crush, and don't worry, I'm not crushing on them. I just love the way they spoke, Ibibio. Now let's go to the book, The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society. All of that to say that in Nigeria, ethnicity affects politics. Anything else is a lie. There is no ethnic group in this country that is detribalized, and there is no politician in this Nigeria that is detribalized in the real sense of it. None. And it is running away from that thing that is killing us. Nobody is detribalized. The real issue is that the person who tells you is detribalized is actually the person who wants everything at your expense. That's the problem. If you ask me, am I detribalized? Of course not. I'm Yoruba and I'm Nigerian, and both are not mutually exclusive. Both can work together. It's like being a father and a son. I'm a son to my mom. I'm a father to my parents. My dad is late. I'm a son to my mom. I'm a father to my children. I'm both. And it doesn't look like I'm confused. I'm both. If I go to my mom right now, I'm not going to start saying, "Oh, mommy, baoni," unless I'm kidding with her, which I do sometimes. But she's my mom. When my kids come to me, I'm their dad. It's the same thing with being Yoruba and being Nigerian. You are Yoruba, you are Nigerian. There's no conflict there. But the person who tells you, I don't care about where I come from, it's just Nigeria, is a lie. That guy does not care for Nigeria one bit. He has not even thought of Nigeria ever in his life. He has never written anything in a book like how Nigeria go better. He has never written a line. And if you want to know what I'm saying, go back in history, look at all the founding fathers who had a plan for Nigeria, who actually wrote things that you can still refer to today. Think about it for a second. I have speeches of Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, of Zik, of Awo. All of them contributed what they contributed. But when you talk about policy making, things that still apply today, ideological policies or policies born out of ideology and the need of the people, you have to give it to Papa. Why? Because it's not about his people, then talk about Nigeria. But the ones who are shouting, we don't think of our ethnic group is Nigeria. The only plan they have is how to take something from Nigeria to benefit the ethnic group. And you saw that with Zik, especially, and with what they did with NCNC. This is the truth. That is why I do not rate anybody who talks about detribalization. I think they are joking. That's what I think. I think the person is joking. And this is me being mild. In actual fact, I usually put them in two categories. Person is either naive or manipulative. If you're naive, it's okay. We can all learn from each other. If you're manipulative, I steer clear from you. It means that you know what you're doing. And for the most part in this country, especially if they're not from the Southwest, the ones who are Southwest, they are very naive. When it comes to detribalized, they are naive. The folks from other places are not naive. I won't mention their region, but fill in the gap. People are manipulative. They know exactly what they're doing. We will take Lagos. We must take Lagos. If you don't take Lagos, we will not be able to live in Lagos. I'm like, what's happening? We must tell their kings to go to the lagoon. We will push their kings to the lagoon. We must take Lagos. On top waiting. I'm going to say, my papa or your papa something. Anyway, let's get back to this book now. Yeah, that's the word. Lagos is not negotiable. We must take. And when they took the Lagos, what did they do? Where is their father? Who is their father? we own this Lagos. We will show them, like, and there's no ethnicity. Oh. They are detribalized. I remember what Mogalu said in his tweet. For the nation to be born, the tribe must die. All those fantastic things they say is not true. It is not true. Ask them, whenever they tell you that for the nation to be born, the tribe must die, ask them, when will their own nation be born in their own ethnic group? Because amongst themselves, their tribe is very alive and well. We'll talk about that some other time. Let's get back to this book now. So, we've read a lot. All right. I'm going to read some of those things again, but I don't want to read everything. You've read about how the Igbo National Caucus was founded and what their goal was. And like the author said, their goal is actually encapsulated in Sidi Oyema's speech in 1945 when he said that the Igbo domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only, the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only a question of time. Oyema said that in 45 because a plan was set in motion in 1944. A plan was set in motion in 44. And what was the plan? I'll read it to you. The plan was that by 1964, 20 years, it says they will have the perpetual, let me read it to you. The caucus fixed 1964 as the target date. They later changed it to 1969. For, quote, our perpetual rule of the Federation. A plan for the, again, be careful. Jeez, man, there's a word. Wow. Wow. One second. Wow. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Why I don't almost become siren now. I will tell you. Wow. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Wow. I've never thought of this, by the way. 1954. There was a conference in London. And Awo moved for the inclusion of secession clause. Wow. Awo moved the motion for the inclusion of secession clause in Nigeria's constitution. Zik spoke against it. And, boy, let me do it this way. Let me let him speak for himself. Give me a second. Salmon Chase, 1869. Oh, fantastic. I'm coming back to this. We'll tie everything together. Guys, I can't say everything I'm thinking at the same time, so just give me a second. I will read something to you, and then I want you to tie it. I've never found this correlation, but clearly there's something here. Let me read what Zik said in 1975. Zik had an interview. He granted an interview in 1975 when he talked about the exchange that he had with Awo. Please listen to what I'm about to read. You are going to. This is fantastic. All right, so let's quickly get into it. So again, this is 1975. This interview was granted by Dr. Azikiwe. This was 21 years after the 1954 Constitutional Conference. So the conference was in 1954. Azikiwe is speaking now in 1975. Listen to what he has to say. He says here, the Secretary of State then was Oliver Littleton, later Lord Chandos, and he was very much interested, and that was his first time in saying that the people of African descent were people actually debating at a high level. In fact, let me go back a bit. Let's start from the beginning. When the 1954 Constitutional Conference started, my good friend, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, tabled a motion to the effect that in the new constitution, provision should be made that any state which feels like seceding should do so. I was opposed to it and said no, and said that once we have a federation, we are indivisible and perpetual. That word is is the reason we are doing all of this. Perpetual. Guys, I have a reason for this. Perpetual. That was where we began to use the treaty of the Federation, and that to secede. The Secretary of State then was Oliver Littleton, later Lord Chandos, and was very much interested, and that was his first time in saying that the people of African descent were people actually debating at a high level. So a full day was given to Chief Awolowo to make his points. He spoke brilliantly as a lawyer. He made his point why secession should be incorporated in the Constitution. He cited the case of the Soviet Union, which is a federation, and that secession is written there so that any state in the Soviet Union can secede at will. He also cited the case of Western Australia, and eventually he finished his case and was applauded. Lord Chandos said that on the face of the arguments before him, it would be suicidal to incorporate secession in our constitution, and that is why we have Section 86 in our constitution, that if any region or state should secede, then it would be an act of treason. We adjourned. The next day I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, well, demolish the arguments of my friend, and I cited the case of United States, which based its constitution on that of the Swiss Confederation. That is Switzerland. I pointed out a case, I think that of Texas versus White, where Mr. Salmon Chase, the Chief Justice, laid down the principle, it was really an arbiter, that the Union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible, and that any attempt to divide the Union by secession was treasonable. The North NPC supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? The Colonial Office came to our rescue. You know, the usual principle of Britain, divide and rule. But this time it was in our favor. When he said our, he was talking about his people. So the Colonial Office backed us. You went as Nigeria, but suddenly you are saying our, us. They backed us. They were in our favor. Is it our Nigeria or your region? And don't tell me it's about the party. I would have said it's about the party, but seeing how the party was configured after 51, it was about its ethnicity. But here's the interesting thing. You see, this Salmon Chase thing that Azikiwe referred to in 1954 was actually a case that was heard. It was a judgment that was passed in 1869. The concept of the Union being perpetual. Azikiwe brought the idea to Nigeria and said that Nigeria must have indivisibility and perpetuity. You don't have those exact words in the 1999 Constitution, but what you're going to find in the 1999 Constitution is indissolubility. It's a synonym, essentially meaning you can't dissolve this union. But here is why I went through all of this. When you go back to that other book, it says that their goal was the perpetual rule of the Federation, and I couldn't just help seeing that thing there. That the person who was a member of the National Caucus, who wanted to have a perpetual rule of Nigeria, they called it our perpetual rule of the Federation in 1944, somehow appears in the UK in 1954 and asks for Nigeria to exist perpetually. And that explains why in 51, 52, 53, this same person was for unitary system, which would have gotten the country to be together, tipa tipa, and exist forever, but that ethnic group will perpetually rule that union. It's actually quite interesting. I'm thinking on the go. Maybe I'll probably write something about this at some point. Maybe I'll put it out. But it's actually quite interesting that the person who was part of hatching the plan to perpetually rule Nigeria was also the one 10 years later who said Nigeria must exist perpetually. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Many observers who watch with interest the establishment of we've talked about this already. I don't want to go into everything. So the particular goal they had was to perpetually rule Nigeria. Now it was supposed to happen in 1964, but something happened at the time. And the event that happened made them have a meeting in 64. This was 20 years. The plan was for 20 years. Again, if you want to get a full lowdown of this, please watch the Igbo 20-year plan for Nigeria. It's on the YouTube channel, Busui Oris on YouTube. You'll find it there. There was a 20-year plan from 44. 64, something happened. This is what happened. By the way, there was a protocol that was released, Igbo National Caucus Protocol. It was supposed to be secret and confidential, but it came out after the war. So this is what it was, what they wrote there. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba. The people writing here, Igbo National Caucus. This document was signed by two people, Badiwe, Banugo. That's why I don't like Ozumba Badiwe Road. I like the road. I don't like the name on that road because the things they planned, he signed it. May God forgive him wherever I think he's dead. He must be dead now. Okay, so may God bless his family. But the thing we're into Kosanrara. This is what they wrote there. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our own men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us. When we have almost reached the promised land, it was referring to, sorry guys. I want to make sure that it's, 1 second. Okay, good. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our own men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the goal. Guys, if you see me pausing at any point, it's because I'm on to mute irritants and they come here a lot. I hope they learn something, Sha. Because I don't want to block them. Anybody can. Nobody is beyond redemption. Technically. Thank you, Empress. Enemies of our okay, let me go back a bit. The censor's misfortune and unavoidable circumstances now endanger our 20-year struggle for the achievement of our objective. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the goal, the promised land. You must no doubt remember that a similar indiscreet utterance by C.D. Onyema, the one we talked about earlier, gave us no end of opposition by the Yoruba when he publicly stated that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is a question of time. Then he says, outwardly, all our official and unofficial utterances must adopt an opposite procedure, and we must always do our best to appear honorable and cooperative. Remember, a statesman's words do not have to agree with his acts. These are the detribalized Nigerians. Now, I'm not saying go and be doing extreme bigotry. I'm saying own your space. And don't let anybody cheat you out of it by blackmailing you with, you're a tribalist, I don't care. These stupid utterances must stop. However, the caucus believed that the cause was not yet lost. So this is what they wrote. Despite the anti-Igbo propaganda now prevailing in the north and west, a survey of the situation shows quite clearly that though the situation is critical, it is not hopeless. In the east, despite the amateurish leadership of Apara, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute has quietened. Let me tell you why I want to pause. They said, despite, I'm not the one writing this, so these are Igbo leaders. Despite the amateurish leadership of Apara, how can an amateur be made the Oga of the region, the premier of the region, and also the president of the party, when actually he was supposed to be Father Onsi, a Yoruba man? Ethnicity does not matter. But Father Onsi, I mean, the party was founded, we've said this a billion times, so I'm sure you remember. NNDP, Lagos Market Women Association, TUC, and Student Movement, Student Union, came together and formed NCNC. The first president, Abat Macaulay, first secretary, Azikiwe. Azikiwe becomes president in 46 after Abat Macaulay passes on. They're going to now change later on in the 60s. The next person, one of the a national vice president was actually Father Onsi. Why was the man not made the chairman of NCNC? Why did they make sure that the premier of the Eastern region also doubled as the president of NCNC? Why? Why did they make sure that when they got the Midwest state, contrary to what the Benis were expecting, they made sure there was an Igbo man that became the premier of the Midwest? Why? Why was it when in 1967, when Victor Banjo proposed 3 names to Ojukwu, he didn't see any of those 3 names that could work? Ojukwu originally had a man in mind. His name was Conrad Wangwo. He was the one who actually Shile Konfole. He was the one who helped the Igbos gain entry into, led by Victor Banjo, by the way, gain entry into the Midwest. Wangwo, Okwechime, Isiche. Those are the people that actually made it happen. So it was going to make Wangwo the governor of or the administrator of the Republic of Benin. Victor Banjo comes along and says, no, let's not have an Igbo person rule this thing, no. Let's choose one of these other people because it may not look like it's an Igbo agenda. So what names do you have in mind? Well, there's Igodaro, is Benin. There is, sorry, not Igodaro, Ogbemudia. Igodaro is a politician. There's Ogbemudia, is Benin. There is Chimnel, is Ishakiri. There's Ejo, is Urobo. Ojukwu said, oh, okay. Ojukwu left the Conrad Nwanwo, didn't take Nwanwo. But he made sure that all the 3 names that the Oga brought, he didn't take any one of them. He had to go and choose another Igbo man, Albert Okonkwo. Why? Why did Ojukwu say that his military would occupy Yoruba land and he'll be the one appointing the administrator in Yoruba land in Western region, in Lagos, all the way to Jeba? Why? If you're Nigerian, you're playing this thing of the tribalists, you are just listen and be blessed. And hopefully this will help you. Nigerians, love everybody, be fair to everyone, but watch out for people who will use blackmail to take over what is yours. That's the message. But let's continue. So this amateur leader was made both the premier of the region and also the president of NCNC, but it was not because of tribalism. Or every other person was the tribalist. In the East, despite the amateurish leadership of Okpara, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute as quieting. What that means basically is this: Onitsha Igbo and Igbo. So Onitsha is Igbo, then the other Igbo. Until the 50s into the 60s, Onitsha did not like to be called Igbo. This Igbo thing, it is well, but let me not go into that today. The Efiks, the Ibibios, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Who is talking here? The Igbo National Caucus. When? 1964. Who shattered their dreams? The Igbos. Thank you for the gift. The Igbos. Am I saying Igbo people are bad? No, I'm talking about what the Igbo politicians did, the leadership, the national caucus. This is what they did. I'm not saying every Igbo person is to be blamed or something like that. That's not the point. Most Igbos don't even know that they were doing this thing. Some of them don't even know. They're just cursing me because it's shocking them. And again, this book was published in 1974. Nobody say I write them today. And if I write it today, I'll still refer to this one. So anyway, let's go back to it. The Efiks, the Ibibios, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. While the Western region was asking for the Midwest to have their own state in 1958, the Igbos were completely shattering the idea of a COR state. How do I know the Western region did that? Because I read the report, the Willing Commission report of 1958. Willing Commission sat between 57 and 58. The report is available. In that report, they said 3 people made a case for why Midwest should be created. Number 1, the Midwesterners themselves. Number 2, Action Group. Number 3, Western Region. The only difference was the territory that they wanted the Midwest to go to have. But the 3 groups, and it did not happen in any other region in Nigeria. That's why when you go everywhere and say, oh, Yoruba people were against minorities complained. Yes, minorities complained, but were Yoruba people really against them? Just because Igbos were against minorities in the Eastern region does not mean we also have to say it happened in Yoruba land so that we can all feel equal and feel comfortable. No, your history is different from mine. The minorities in the Western region also had their own complaints, and I've read it here before. many of those things are valid. Many of those things I don't understand. The idea of Yoruba domination in the region makes sense from their perspective. And Yorubas are everywhere, not in the land though, but in the post. And the difference between Yoruba people, Western region and Eastern region at the time was that Yoruba were the majority, but Yoruba were living in Yoruba land for the most part. In Eastern region, the Igbos were the majority, but the Igbos were not living in Igbo land. They were mostly living in other people's towns and cities, and that's why domination was more real to them than in Western region. So all these comparisons between Nigeria, because something bad happened here, we must also say it happened here, so that all of us can feel like one Nigeria, is nonsense. It did not happen. It didn't happen. Not the same way. So while in the Willings Commission report, the Western region, the Action Group, and the Midwesterners themselves were making the case for having a Midwestern region, the Igbo National Caucus, through the NCNC and the Eastern Region government, was ensuring that the ambitions of the minorities of the Eastern region was completely shattered. I didn't say it, they said it. The Epics, the Bibios, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosagi, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle, thus taking care of the Urubus, the Edos, and the Shekiris. There is nothing to fear in the Midwest but threats. The West is now the problem. The West is now the problem. So you are in... What do you see happen here? You talk about how you have taken over the Eastern region. All the minorities are underground because you need the resources. Whether it's land or oil, you need the resources, or agriculture, you take it. You go to the Midwest, you make sure that an ethnic man, your own ethnic person, becomes the head, but you're not tribalistic. That one becomes the head of that region. The minorities in the Eastern region completely shattered their dreams. The Midwest put the Igbo person there to make sure that your interests are, taken care of. Then the West is now the problem. Why? Because the goal was to perpetually rule the Federation. And all this while, you are not a tribalist. The custodians of Igbo chauvinism were convinced that the obstacle of the West was not an insuperable one, The custodians of Igbo chauvinism were convinced that the obstacle of the West was not an insuperable one, that all that needed done was to splinter the NNDP leadership by tearing away Akintola from Fani Kayode, an action group renegade who had joined the NCNC and then the NNDP in protest against Igbolization of the NCNC. The strategy to achieve the end as recorded by them was as follows. Listen to what they said about the West. Play up Awolowo at all times. I've said this before, but in case you were not here when I said it, if you read the book by Wole Soyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, he talked about how there was collaboration between himself and some of the Yoruba people with the Igbos to push Awo and, talk about AG program and everything to broadcast and stuff while Papa was in prison. He was working with them, right? Again, our intellectuals in the 60s were a very interesting lot. They were just thinking about Nigeria, the creators of Nigeria. The people they were working with, this was why they were doing it. Please listen to why they did why the Igbo National Caucus told them to do what they did. So even though you read that in You Must Set Forth, I don't want to read it here because it's going to take me out of the topic. If you go and read You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Wole Soyinka, you see what happened. They're like, oh, we are together. We are the same people. Okay, listen and be blessed. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there is no longer a headache or danger to us. Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must keep the quarrel between himself and the action group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. The man who signed this document wrote a book after Papa died, by the way, saying Awolowo introduced tribalism into Nigerian politics. The person who wrote this. And this is not NCNC. Listen, if a political party is writing this, Shebi is political party now, Abi? Now, they are playing a game. NCNC can say this, oh, how do we penetrate the West? It will make sense. Because it's a political party. You're trying to gain a foothold in the Western region. Makes sense. But why would an ethnic group be so passionate about other people's regions like this? And be calling those people tribalists and bigots while planning all of these things. And using words like propaganda, which is what they have used for you. You say, all these Yoruba people, they are the ones doing propaganda. They are telling you what they do. And I've said it several times, every accusation is a confession. Outside the eastern region, the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination was real. By 1964, the educated elite in the northern region had begun to react to the believed threat by demanding that the Igbo be expelled from the north. In the regional House of Assembly and in the Kaduna press, there was no mincing of words. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. By the way, I'm not approving of everything I'm reading. I'm not saying everything they did was right, but you have to understand why people did what they did. You go and watch Amadu Bello's interview with BBC in 1964, and you say, this person is very, very tribalistic. It's very tribalistic. You have to understand how they got there. So I'm not saying that everything they did, that's the right thing. I'm just telling you that you have to understand the journey. So you don't say, this is why just bad people, they don't like Igbo. Maybe they like them more than you think. And then they switched. And I said this thing in 2022. Feels like an eternity ago. I said this in 2022. I said, if a dog that wags its tail every time it sees you begins to bark, do you really think the problem is a dog? Especially if it is every dog around that is now barking. They used to wag their tails every time they see you, but now they are barking. Do you think it's the dog's fault? If you see people pushing back right now, do you really think, they're just tribalists? You don't get it. I hope you don't forget about it. I hope you get it so that you won't have to forget about it. Let's get back to this. In the regional House of Assembly and in the Kaduna press, there was no... That's what they said in Kaduna. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands. What does this remind you of? We did a session here yesterday. What happened in Bakweri in southern Cameroon in 1948? When they said every land that had been sold to the Igbos must be taken away from them, and every Igbo that is renting houses in Bakweri must be ejected. There are 10 rules. Do I like it? Of course not. I don't like it. But I'm telling you that it's about to happen again. And I hope it doesn't. What I'm doing is just tell people, let's fix up. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. There were too many in federal establishments in the north. They had infested the north as petty traders. Laws should be enacted to the effect that the northernization policy be extended to the petty traders. The Premier, Sir Amadu Bello, and obviously the most grieved by what he regarded as the ingratitude of the Igbo, declared in the House of Assembly in 1964 February, "It is my most earnest desire that every post in the region, however small it is, to be filled by a northerner." In the Midwest, which had been created in 1962 by the NPC-NCNC coalition to further weaken the action group, the non-Igbo NCNCers began to wonder whether the party they had been sacrificing so much to support was not proving synonymous with the Igbo tribe. To this end, Festus Okotiebo and Humphrey Omosage began to be less loyal to the NCNC as Osadebe, the Igbo premier, was clamped upon them, and as allegations of Igboism in the civil service of the region festered. last time we read the letter that Okosebo wrote to Mosage, around 62, 63, thereabout. I'm not going to go back to it today, but you can watch the previous video from Wednesday, part 7. This is part 8, so you can watch part 7. You will see, I mean, we read the letter there. The point is, and this is very important, what became the Midwest were two provinces, the Benin and Delta provinces. In the 1950s, there were 24 representatives from those two provinces in Ibadan. There were 24. Of those 24, 21 were NCNC. Only three were in AG. Anthony Nauro, Arthur Prest, and Igodaro. The remaining 21 were in NCNC. By 62. Now, when I say the remaining 21, I'm talking about all those Benin, Afemai, Isha. There's one that started with an E right now. Urobo, Ishekiri, because Okotia was Ishekiri, but it was an NCNC. These people were all together, but they started discovering something, that the party was becoming more and more Igbotic. And there's no group in the entire history of Nigeria that has accused any other group or any other person of tribalism more than the Igbos in Nigeria. And everywhere you go, including the civil service of the Midwest, it was inundated with folks from the Igbo ethnicity. It was so bad. During the war, Ojukwu, apart from installing an Igbo governor, military governor in the Midwest, he now decided to have expatriates, Igbo expatriates, moved from Enugu into Benin and becoming the bosses during the war. In a land where you're actually the minority. Anyway. So we went on from there, talked about what happened in the on January 15, 1966 in Lagos, in Ibadan, and in Kaduna. And of course, nothing happened in Enugu and Benin. Anybody knows why? The reason, of course, is because those two regions were led by Igbos. Again, this is not an attack on Igbo people. I'm just trying to explain to you what Nigeria's political history is like. I'm not blaming you for people's faults. The only point I begin to blame you is when you tell me they were right. At that point, all gloves are off. But at the moment, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just telling you what people did. So that when you cry, oh, marginalization, they did this to me, you don't understand where it's coming from. Nobody's even marginalizing anybody. Who is not collecting an allocation in this country? Which region does not have development commission right now? Nobody's marginalizing anybody, just that they've put that lie in people's minds since. But I'm just telling you what happened. So, they didn't do anything in Enugu. They did nothing in Benin because, of course, they had dominated that area. And, the good they wanted for Nigeria somehow did not have to happen in Enugu and Benin. Therefore, nothing happened there. And then, of course, Ironsi took over after the unaliving of the premiers of the North and the West. The Yoruba officers were killed. Ademule Gun and his 8-month pregnant wife was killed. Or were killed. Rao Shodainde was also killed in Kaduna. In Lagos, Mamalari was killed. Kerr Mohammed was killed. Lagema was killed. Pam was killed. These were officers from the North. And no Igbo politician was killed. No Igbo senior officer was killed. Arthur Negbe was killed. This is Nigeria. According to this man, it says here, the coup was executed by and large by the Igbo, witnessed the killing of all northern Nigerian officers within reach, and of Yoruba officers suspected of being in sympathy with the Hausa Fulani elite of northern Nigeria. Moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively. But on the other hand, the federal prime minister and Chief Okotiebo, the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination, were killed. Also murdered were Esther Akintola, the Premier of the West, and Amadou Bello, the Premier of Northern Nigeria. In the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of the military government, Aguiyi Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. I wish I could pause, but I'm not going to do it because of time. I wish I could pause to read to you the speech that Cardinal Zogu gave on 15th January 1966 in Kaduna, Radio Kaduna. He mentioned the people that they were after. He mentioned people that were using nepotism, who were sectionalists and tribalists, people who were collecting 10% corruption. It's so amazing that for some reason, all the Igbo politicians did not fall in this category. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Anyway, the suspicion of Igbo domination grew as Igbos within the army were promoted to the rank of officers, and Unification decree was issued in response to the minority report of only one member on Wokeji. Why is this important? Because there was a committee to discuss Unification decree, and only one person said it was okay, and they promulgated that decree based on that recommendation of Wokeji. And they also promoted 18 Igbo officers in April of 1966. No Yoruba officer was promoted. 3 Northerners were promoted, but they were taken ahead of the 5 Yoruba officers who were actually qualified. Frightened that the Unification decree would establish firmly Igbo control all over the country, the peoples of the North in May 1966 rose up against Igbo inhabitants in the northern region. This first of a series of spontaneous massacres of Igbos was the last straw, which persuaded a number of Igbo leaders that their dream of Igbo domination was beyond achievement, that the size of Nigeria and the factor of loyalty to the tribe, rather than to one Nigeria, were strong among the large ethnic groups in the country, that justly or unjustly, anti-Igbo feelings had risen very high in the rest of Nigeria. In the words of the academicians themselves, all the time tribalists, who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966, I want to read to you what Igbo intellectuals wrote in May of 1966 to support the Unification decree. Are we ready? All right. This is from Mbeyi Collections, Biafra newsletter of March 1968. These are intellectuals. Since the last event, Unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP. Let me explain. NNDP was formed by people who used to be in action group, led by Akintola, Nigeria National Democratic Party, the same name of the party that Herbert Macaulay founded in 1923. All right? So by 66, they had now come back together again. So the Igbo intellectual said, since the last event, that's the Unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. No, it was against Igbos, not Easterners. But propaganda was propaganda. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. Unity, no. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. In other words, the idea of unitary system was not just something that Ironsi came up with. It's been at least 15 years in the making, in the hands of politicians. And to make matters worse, the best of the people, the creme de la creme of their society, wrote this to support it and said the people who were against unitary system did not want national unity. That's why we say when we call it Igbo coup and you get angry, you don't know what your elders said after that coup. Read Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Read what the people said, then listen to this and tell me if it was not even the intellectuals supporting this thing that they're doing. So what you see here, and by the way, if you read the special report branch of April 1966, they said it there. The soldiers did not work on their own. They didn't work alone. They were supported by civilians, whose name they did not mention, I guess, for national unity. So you have common people doing nonsense in the north. You see it in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. You see it in The Tragedy of Victory by Victor Alabi Sama, Godwin Alabi Sama. You see it in the origins of the Civil War by Nnamdi Azikiwe. They were just constituting nuisance all over the place, insulting Northerners, insulting everybody. We have the power. Then the intellectuals wrote this. So you have the people, the intellectuals, the soldiers, and the politicians. What's it on now? Everyone is complete. The politicians started it. The soldiers, officers bought into it. The intellectuals were part of it. The people celebrated it. You now come in 2025 and tell me that it was not an Igbo coup. Are you joking? And by the way, everything where I mentioned some sources earlier, so I was going to say that everything I just said there are sources, but I think I mentioned the sources already. So the writer says here, this is not to say that the generality of the Igbo saw themselves as seekers of dominance over the rest of Nigeria. Again, looking for, what's the word? Soft landing. Or that the Igbo leadership saw itself as exploiters of other peoples in Nigeria. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong. Please listen to this. This is the argument of lecturers. People will read book. We're supposed to get sense, but I wait till them talk with this. So I beg, pay attention. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country, even though they were grabbing everything. About 65% of the posts in Railway Corporation was taken over by the Igbos. 70% of Nigerian Ports Authority, 70% of Nigerian Airways. They took the pool betting company. They took Yabatech, took Unilag, took UI, made sure Igbos were the VCs of both UI and Unilag. DK in UI, Njoku in Lagos. Made sure that every place was filled with you, including the canteen. Thank you for the gift. Filled everywhere. Then they are now writing here that it will be wrong to see the Igbos as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. In other words, you are looking at it, but it is wrong that you are even saying that it is happening. And somebody says here, the intellectual dishonesty has not changed. I argue that it has worsened over the last 60 years. Yes. You put out a video, they'll tell you, forget about, you talk about an issue, they will leave the issue and talk about your tone. Why are you talking about it like that? Why are you talking about it? It's not a big deal. Are we not one Nigeria? Forget the issue. But let's agree that your tone is wrong. You are not serious. They will police your tone. They will tell you it is wrong for you to see us as grabbers. You're literally grabbing things. Thanks for the gift. In other words, I can grab the stuff, but it will be wrong for you to see me as a grabber. Gets worse. They argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered, they contended They deserved to hold these posts. Why? By virtue of their special talent. They were superior to other ethnic groups in quote-unquote culture and civilization. Talofun kinini bread. This man is quoting Mbeyi Collections, Volume 1, Number 8, Biafra Newsletter, 1st March 1968. This is what they wrote. And it is not unconnected with what Azikiwe said in 1949. God has specially created the Igbo nation as a race to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. God has specially created them. And it's not different from what Azikiwe said in 1940. That the boys from Christ the King College in Onitsha they had exceptionally developed brains, unlike their counterparts in Lagos. Exceptionally developed brains, specially created by God, and they have superior culture and civilization. Which one? That's why I said this on Wednesday. I'm reading this intentionally. I'm reading it again today intentionally. I said what I said on Wednesday, where I was quoting Lumumba, PLO Lumumba, who was quoting Achebe. I'll still read what Achebe said though. This kind of things that Igbo intellectuals were putting in the minds of people. This is why you discover that every single person, there will be exception. Let me put it this way. There is a rule that every single person must parrot the same ideas. There are exceptions though. There are some Igbo people that are not like that. But I can assure you, it's a rule. This is how just about everyone thinks. We are better. Have you noticed? Let's pause a bit. Have you noticed? You have simple conversations. You hear things like, "We are better than you." You cannot have a conversation without somebody telling you that we are better than everybody. It's coming from here. The people who drum these ideas in their minds were not roadside. I mean, all due respect to roadside, I don't want to mention the work because there's dignity of labor. It's not just the average Joe walking the street. These were the intellectuals, the creme de la creme of the society. What they said here in the 60s is what people are still saying today. So what did they say? They said that, number one, it will be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the opportunity, or most of the offices in the country. Rightly consider the contended. They deserved to hold this post by virtue of their special talents. God, give me talent too now. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. I'm still trying to understand what that is, because I don't study the culture. It is well. They were the most receptive, or they were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture, and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. Unquote. Thank you, Prof. They say that until an Igbo man is the president of Nigeria, Nigeria cannot progress. Meanwhile, there are 5 Igbo governors in the southeast. I'm very sure it's progressing. This is what the intellectuals were saying. By the way, that was a quote. It will be unfair and unjust. What you see in there? It will be unfair and unjust. That's an emotional argument. They are trying to reach your emotion, your empathy, that place where empathy dwells. So it should be unfair and unjust for them not to be allowed to dominate everybody. That's unfair. That's unfair. Whenever you start hearing words like "I feel," "it's unfair," "it's unjust," those words don't have anything to do with logic. It's about emotions. And most of the arguments you have today in conversations are emotional arguments. Oh, do you know what we suffered? Do you know what we went through? The way Nigeria is treating people is unfair. We have been marginalized. We have been victimized. These words, guys, this is a strategy that started in the 1940s. They perfected it. Again, as a Nigerian, as a Yoruba person, have compassion, be merciful, be a correct person, all right? Don't hate anybody, but don't be blackmailed either. Don't let people weaponize empathy, the empathy that you would never show. I will show the empathy, but they don't just want you to show the empathy, they want to weaponize it. In other words, I want you to do this, this, and this based on the fact that you have compassion. If you don't do it, that means that you don't have compassion. Do you know how many people were killed during the war? Kini come million were killed. I bet 3 million, I bet 6 million, I bet 7 million, I bet 21 million. Even though the entire region at the time, everybody together was 12.4. And Igbos were 7.4. So Igbos were 7 million, the others were 5.4 million. But somebody actually looked me in the face and told me there were 7 million Igbos who died during the war, or 6 million, or 21 million. Maybe I say, they don't die in advance. May that not be our portion. Because how people go die will never exist. When you hear these things, what does that do? It tugs at your heart. That's the point. That's the goal. Tugging at your heart. It is unjust and unfair for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. The Igbo saw themselves as victims of hatred. Excuse me. The Igbo saw themselves as victims of hatred and envy by other ethnic groups. They described themselves as the veritable exponents, embodiment, and vanguard of pan-Nigerianism. As exponents and teachers of the virtues of industry, cosmopolitanism, the dignity of labor, democratic process of government, and disinterested patriotism. In their opinion, the sacrifices which the Igbo had made on behalf of Nigeria were enormous. The ethnocentric Yoruba regarded the Igbo in Lagos as strangers, in spite of the fact that investment opportunities were greater in Lagos thanks to the siting in Yoruba land of the federal capital, as well as the 2 federal universities, and ports, and airports, and river port, and seaport, and land port, and port. The tribalism and conspiracy of the Yoruba and Hausa Fulani against the Igbo were only too clear from their monopoly of the international airports and the police training colleges they contended. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs, the West insisted on the principle of derivation, which makes sense. If I'm producing stuff, my land, even Bible says that the husbandman will be the first partaker of the fruit. If the land generates something, the people should have. That's why we had a very interesting formula at the time. 50% goes to the region of origin, 30% goes to the DPA, the pool, 20% goes to the federal government. That was what the West said. The East said no, it must be based on need. I've never really explained this thing, but just think about it. Think about it. When one country, see, Northerners learnt this thing and they perfected it alone. The Northerners learnt it, now they've perfected it. Tinubu is doing it, with the restructuring going on. Do you know what they were talking about? regions could generate revenue. So let's say, for Yoruba land, it was primarily cocoa. You generate money, you get your, profit and all. The revenue basically is shared in 3 places. Or, let me put it this way. They were asking that, how should we share this thing? The Igbo said, listen, you are Yoruba, Western region. You have 100 naira. Let us share the money that the Western region is making based on what the Eastern region needs and the Northern region needs. Think about it. Monkey go walk, banana go chop. So can you come and walk, banana go chop? No. Can you come and walk, monkey they chop banana or something like that? You get the point. So we would distribute the money based on needs. In other words, what do we need in the Eastern region? You are in the West now. You already have cocoa house. You're already building cocoa house. You are building all these things. You have all these things now. We need stuff in our own region. The money they are making from your region should also be used to develop our region. That's what needs-based means. Again, just to explain. Monkey they walk, baboon they chop. God bless you. Oh no, they were not in federal government at this time. This was in the 50s. The West was booming. So they said, oh, that money that the West is making, let them take part of that money to develop the East. You think all these things started with Hausa and Fulani? Oh, they are bad people, they are bad people. Okay. Those ones, they learned the lesson, but those guys are smart. No, you learn something. Now do it. The person will teach you going to they look at you, say, Ogafa now. So we're going to share it based on it. So if you need university, you can take the money from the East to develop that place. But the West said the best way to do it is derivation, which is what we're still using today. It's just that we've changed the ratio. Then it was 532. Of every 100%, or every 100 naira, 50% goes to the Western region. 30% is shared amongst all the regions, including the Western region. Then 20% goes to federal government to take care of, army, customs, and things like that. What we're doing right now is this: 13% goes to the state of origin of the resources. 13% goes. Then they now take the remaining and now create federal allocation based on that. Still share part of it to the state. That derivation thing was what we agreed with. That's the Rassman proposal. The point I'm trying to make is that when the Western region had that, Prof, you're right. Not. So let me read something. Northerners have the least blame in the malaise of Nigeria. The Eastern leaders teach them. They taught them. The Eastern leaders taught the Northerners. That's why I'm not saying Northerners are only or they've not done anything. Nobody perfect. Nobody, but they learned it. They learned unitary from the East. They learned allocation from the East. Dependence on allocation. They learned it from the East. As soon as crude oil was discovered, the East changed. Say we don't want it to be based on needs anymore. We want it based on derivation. Before they had that opportunity, they wanted it based on needs. In other words, you make money in your region, let them take part of it to come and build my region. But as soon as I begin to make money in my region, I say, no, it must be based on derivation because after all, I'm making money in my region. So what do you see there? There's inconsistency. And a few years after that thing was discovered, do you know what they started saying in 1963? They were going to secede. Why? Because there was oil. And that's why I say, when you listen to Chimamanda say that the federal government was fighting Biafra because of oil, the question you should be asking her is this: why was Igbo trying to create Biafra? Why didn't they want Igbo nation? Because of oil, and because of land, and because of access to the sea. Those are the 3 reasons, nothing else. Because none of those 3 things happen to be in Igbo land. And I'm not saying Igbo land does not have any fertile land at all. It's just that it's about 30% of all revenue that came into the eastern region at the time, as far as agriculture was concerned. About 30, just a little over 30% came from the eastern from Igbo land. More than 60% came out of minorities, especially present-day Cross River and Akwa Ibom State, and parts of, towards Ogoja, towards Abakaliki. The point is, selfishness is a money. May God save us. Somebody said I should repeat what I said. I'm not going to repeat everything, but I'll just quickly say it. I said that when the Western region was making money from cocoa in the 50s, we were talking about allocation. There was a proposal by Rasman, like a committee. They come up with the 50-30-20 allocation formula. In other words, it's based on derivation. If you produce something in your land, you get 50% of that thing, which I think is the at least let's have that in Nigeria. Let's have that in Nigeria. Did cocoa only grow in the West? Yes. Much later, though, Michael Okpara traveled to Ibadan to get seedlings and then planted in Ogoja. So he also tried it in Ogoja, but Western region is a major base of cocoa in Nigeria. It could be about, I'm just using cocoa as an example, though. In the north, it will be cotton, to be groundnuts, right? In the east, it will be palm oil. And again, like I said, more than 64% of agricultural revenue in the eastern region came from the eastern minorities, not in Igbo land. And the oil also came from eastern minorities in present-day Rivers, the Ogoni, the people in Bayelsa, the people in Oloberi, and Ogoni. That's where the oil came from, not in Igbo land. So why did they want Biafra? And why is they shouting about 40 states today? It's because of the resources of other people. So it could be palm oil, it could be anything. But the point is that whatever you made, you get 50% from that thing. Then 30% will be put in a pool, a distributable pool for all of you. So you're going to share. So you have 30%, you have 3 regions, so you can share 10-10-10. Okay? Then you now have 20 to distribute, 20 allocated to the federal government, and they use that for army, customs, and things like that. You could also, and it's revenues beyond agriculture. There's also excise duties and everything. That federal government makes all of that money. But as soon as they discovered oil in commercial quantity, the East changed and said no. So while everybody was talking about derivation, say based on what they produce, the Eastern region say no, let it be based on what we need. Do you understand? So in other words, if the West produce, let's say 100 naira worth, the West make the revenue of, let's say, or generate revenue of 100 naira. The East can say, we need 60 naira of that money to build something in the Eastern region. Why? It's based on needs. I would not want Nigeria. Somebody says, but this same Igbo land sent tax to the center to subsidize the north. I be this a lie too. There's something you have to know in history, Joshua Ogbuka, timeline. At what point in history did that happen? So that time frame is what helps you understand what I'm talking about now. That was something happened in 1914, 1912, 13, 14. Does not mean it happened in 1950s. Yes, it is true that the government, in fact, I don't want to change. No. Let me just, I've already started. The amalgamation in 1914 was also one of the reasons, of course, was that the government was subsidizing the North with money from the South. And that's not because the North was not making money. It was because the North was spending more on all kinds of things, including having to pay all these, they have salary, they have West African Frontier Force. The government was spending a lot of money in the North, so they needed more money, so they got it from the South. But that was in the early days. I'm talking 1950s. Timeline is very important, or else we'll just be all over the place. In the 1950s, the East was not making as much. They wanted things to be based on needs. The West said derivation is the most sensible thing. The East said no. If you make 100 naira and I need 60 naira in the East, I must be able to get that 60 naira because I'm in one Nigeria. What are brothers for? But as soon as they found oil in Oloibiri, the East changed and said, no, we don't want needs again. It has to be based on derivation. Our selfishness. Well, let's continue. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs, the West insisted on the principle of derivation. But immediately mineral oil, by the way, mineral oil is crude oil. Immediately mineral oil was discovered in commercial quantities in the East. Quote, a large amount of the money derived, this is what they said, this is what the Igbo intellectual said. A large amount of the money derived from this mineral oil has been shared by the West as well as other parts of the country. Now they are angry that the government is sharing part of the money. Again, it was still derivation, by the way. It wasn't needs, it was still derivation. They will still get the bulk of it, but the fact that they're even sharing that 30% in that distributable pool is anathema to the Igbo intellectual. So he says since they discovered this oil, now they are giving, everybody is now collecting money from this oil, our oil. When your father back, your papa backyard, our oil. Are developing Nigeria with our oil. You have not seen a drop in your life. If a South man talks like that, shame me, I will understand. Somebody came in the last time and said, after all, they're also contributing oil. Sincerely, with all due respect, I hate it when people say things like that. I hate it. I don't use the word hate frivolously, but it's nauseating. For the sake of, let's just finish that statement. There are 3 oil producing states in the Southwest. 3. Abia, Anambra, and Imo. One produces 1.25%. 1.2% of Nigeria's crude oil. I didn't say 10.2. I didn't say 100. I said 1.2. One produces 0.75%. And the other one produces 0.2%. In the Southeast. Anambra, Abia, and Imo. 1.7, 0.75, 0.2. If you put the 3 together, do you know, and let me ask people, a lot of us do not know, even me, I didn't know at the time, that Lagos is an oil producing state. I laugh because we never talk about it. Lagos is an oil producing state, but it's not even a major oil producing state. Ondo is an oil producing state that has more oil than Lagos and Edo State. Edo is about 2.2, 2.3 thereabout. But Lagos has more oil. Lagos has more oil than Anambra, Imo, and Abia put together. It's about 2.4. If you put everything you have in the Southeast together, it's just about 2.1%. And if you, as 3 of you together, creating 2.2%, if you are shouting, so what should Ẹkáàbọ now say? What should Rivers say? What should Bayelsa say? And Delta. Those are the big 4. Those are the big 4. They now have Ondo with more than 4%. What should Ondo say? What should Lagos say? What should Edo say? So when you say things like, you are using my money of oil, I'm like, which oil? By the way, you can fact check these things, though. I would have wanted to read it, but I don't want to change the topic. But everything I just said right now, please feel free to fact check. The Kogi man on YouTube, good evening, my brother. Thank you for being here. Kubu, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. He says Chimamanda was also claiming 13 states for the Igbos. She should go and collect it now. People move to a particular place, they will settle there. It's not their state. It's not indigenous. That's why you notice that when they talk about it, they don't. Have you ever heard anything like Hausa community in Yoruba land? Or Hausa community in Oyo State? Hausa community in Kogi State? Once you hear Kiniko community, it means that they are settlers. I saw the video that Chimamanda was sorry, that Kubu is referring to. The Igbo community in Kinikon State. In Kinikon State, you are using the word community. Indigenous people don't use that word community. It's their town. And just because you moved somewhere 70 years ago and you were given a place to stay, does not mean that you are now owners of that place. They will reject you. They'll tell you that you are customary tenants. I like Yoruba people, they can do that thing. Jesus Christ. It has happened before, by the way. Even amongst us as Yoruba people, they'll tell you are customary tenant. Don't come and claim Kiniko here. And it is court that will tell you. Let's get back into this. What of Bakassi? Osikid, what does Bakassi have to do with you? You are nowhere close to Bakassi. I hope you know. You are nowhere close to where Bakassi deal. You're talking Bakassi, you're talking about people like folks in Cross River and Akwa Ibom State. I want to in Oron, those people in Cross River. Waiting Bakassi connect with your people. Have you own land there too? Don't go develop that place too. Hey! Chineke. Anyway, let's go back to this. Oh, yes, they claim they own Bakassi. Well, if the owners of the land give it to them, well, who am I? So it says here, in the 50s when cocoa was booming and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs, the West insisted on the principle of derivation. But immediately mineral oil was discovered in commercial quantities in the East, quote, a large amount of the money derived from this mineral oil has been shared by the West as well as other parts of the country, unquote. Let's continue with what the Igbos now said, or the Igbo intellectuals now said. Considering all this, one can easily understand the attitude of the North and West to the proposals of the military regime for the unification of the country. These were intellectuals pushing hard for why all of us must support Iransi because they won't unify Nigeria. He said because they're already sharing all this oil money. Considering all this, one can easily understand the attitude of the North and West to the proposals of the military regime for the unification of the country. The North and the West want to continue to enjoy the resources of the East, while treating the Easterner as a stranger in those places. That is why they want to revert to the old form of the Federation, which would give them political power to continue to persecute the Easterner, although they fully realize that the human and economic resources of the East constitutes something of the linchpin of the economy of Nigeria. This is a clear case of dishonesty and hypocrisy, which the Easterner can no longer tolerate. Oh God. Before I read this book, I used to wonder why people were a certain way. I still ask the question, Sha. I say, why are you like this? But sincerely, I get it. Somebody says Gowon was smart enough to create Midwest. Gowon did not create Midwest though. The Midwest was created in 1962. Gowon became head of state in 1967. What Gowon did was to create 12 states in the eastern region, southeast state, southeastern state, river state, and east central state. Someone says, that book still available? Which book? Many of these books are out of print. That's the crazy part. I was at the bookshop the other day. Guys, I'm trying to rest for a bit. I'll go back to this, don't worry. Let me gist you small. I was at the bookshop the other day. I think it was about 3 days ago or so. I was looking for a particular book. It was on Taishulari. My person now said, because there's some books that we don't have in Redomi books. So, the person was like, this book on Taishulari, there's another one that he wrote by himself, but I have only one copy. I was like, where is it? Just showed me. And I said, as a matter of fact, the other book said that I only have one copy, so I have to buy every last copy, because the crazy thing is, some of these books you will not, some of them are difficult to find. And, but once I find them, I'll read them out here. We don't do PDF, we don't share those things because of copyright stuff. We don't even get those, and you also have to go and buy hard copies, because to be honest, the only place you can get some of those things in soft copy is maybe National Library. Or no, National Archives. Anyway, I don't finish my break. Let's go back. Excuse me. So they said, you Westerners and Northerners are eating our money, our oil money, and you're calling us strangers in your land. This is a clear case of dishonesty and hypocrisy, which the Easterner can no longer tolerate. The Easterners did their best to teach the rest of the country how to get above the sentiment of tribalism. Hence, in the early months of 1966, take a listen to this, please pay attention. In the early months of 1966, scholarships were thrown open to all Nigerians living in the region. Moreover, the government of Odumegwu Ojukwu expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one's tribal origin in application for employment. That's a very good thing. Let's clap for him. No, we can't clap for him. We have to finish reading this thing. You will hear statements, let's celebrate Ojukwu. He removed tribalism. He said, you don't have to write Yoruba inside the form in the East. You'll be happy, Abi. Let's continue reading. Don't celebrate yet. The government of Odumegwu Ojukwu expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one's tribal origin in application for employment, scholarships, and so on. In other words, the curse of tribalism had been removed from the region, and all Nigerians in the East were to be treated as equal with equal opportunities. Fantastic. No. Why? But rather than appreciate the high values and virtues, which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders, military and civil, in the country, that the East is waiting. What do you see here? Two things. Number one, if you have your name as Busuyoris, Ade Busuyi, you think because I'm not writing Yoruba that you don't know where I'm from? 1 second, I have to switch the audio source, please. All right, thank you. So you really think that if you say, what's your name? Chloe, what's my name? Chloe. You're not be like, I don't even know where that person is from. I am detribalized. I can't even see the person's tribe. I'm colorblind. I'm tribe blind. But that's not even the problem. That's just the first part. The second part is the real issue. The second part speaks to the intent of the people that created that policy. What was the intent? That intent is what is inside what the Igbo intellectuals were complaining about. I read it earlier. I'll read it again. They said that they have expunged tribalism from Nigeria because you could fill forms for employment or scholarship without having to add your tribal origin. Forget the fact that, there is a name that is sounding Yoruba sounding name. That doesn't matter. But this is the real issue. They said, rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders. In other words, they did this for reciprocity purposes. They did not remove tribal names or tribal origin from forms because of altruism. It was for reciprocity. In other words, if we did it for your people in my region, do it for my people in your region. Here is the question. How many of my people are in your region? How many of your people are in my region? This is how you see the stupidity in all this liberal, detribalized nonsense. You don't have to fill a form. My people, you don't have as many opportunities in your region. So you have, like I gave the example the other day, of 100 people from my region, maybe 30 decide to leave the region. 20 are in the north. All right, or 15 are in the north. Let's say another 10 are in the Midwest, and then 5 are in your region. So the remaining 70 are at home. Listen to this, because this is actually how Yoruba is. We travel, but we don't say there are opportunities at home. We travel, we go everywhere, but the numbers not like that. Okay. So of the 100, 70 are in Yoruba land, 15 are in the north, 10 are in the Midwest, especially because of Benin, our connection Benin and Delta. And then you now have 5 in Igbo land, in the eastern region. Mostly Port Harcourt, some Enugu. You have 100 people. 85% of your people are everywhere else but home. So if you give 5%, so over fee come back on lower me near. Ma fee come back on lower me. So your own 85% are out of your region. My own, and of the 85%, 50 are in the west, 30 are in the north, 5 in the Midwest. Now 5% of my people are in your place, 50% of your people are in my place. So you expect me to reciprocate by removing tribe of origin in my region for 50% of your people in my space, where 70% of my own people are? Haba. Meanwhile, even the 15% back at home in your own region, you will make sure that the only thing you give to people will not be up to 1%. So why did they do that thing? Because they want a greater Nigeria? No, because they are the ones who move out the most. So what they needed was an alibi, a basis to demand something in other regions. Do you not see what we are doing back home? Do it for us too here. But your people are always moving to my space. There are more opportunities here than at home, in your own home. So none of this was done because we're trying to build a great Nigeria. It was done because you were trying to create opportunities for your own people in other people's regions. So when you discover that there was no reciprocity, you decided to scrap it, which means that the policy was not based on any altruism or unity or development or whatever, national development. It had nothing to do with those things. It was selfish. Rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders, military and civil, in the country, that the East is wasting its resources in trying to achieve the impossible. As a matter of fact, these gestures made by the East have been widely interpreted in other parts of the country as evidence of its ardent desire for national unity, which the others do not really want. As how? That's why I said every time you speak in this country, when you hear national unity, don't run, no. Like fella said, run, no. Unity call. Let me not mention the ethnic group. I like silent people who just tell you what they want. It's not the Hausa Fulani. I mean, there are issues. They have their own issues. Oh, they have their own issues. But they will tell you, son, this they don't even care. They just tell you. I prefer that one. I can now find a way to either persuade you to stop that thing or to find a middle ground between both of us, and then we can make progress. The one that's always hiding up behind national unity is one you always use the back door, e.g. Indigenous Status Bill of 2025, not 1965. It has not ended. The spirit is alive. That's the point. What we are doing is we are pushing back against that evil spirit from the evil forest. Mr. Lajire says, I appreciate your rework. Please let me know your name. My name is actually there. My name is Busui Oris. Ade Busui. I'm about to move my kid. I'm missing you. Ade Busui. Omo Lari Atelogun Yegbe. Someone says it's because spirit does not die. Yes, ideas don't die, energy doesn't die. You can only repurpose those things, you can only convert energy, you can't kill it. That thing is still there. Until they choose to convert it, you must keep pushing back. And you can't push back if you are ignorant, which is why we're having this conversation. Not because some people are demons or their ethnic group is bad. That's not the point. It's just that guys, we've talked about it over and over again. Larry, no, I'm not going to talk about it again. Leave my Oriki alone. Certain people have this thing where it's like you are seeing, like I said, Nigerian political experience is a deja vu. Our news is deja vu. Sometimes our history is even more current than the news. Right? And so you have to be armed with knowledge, okay? So they said here that this thing that we have done, it shows that other people don't want national unity. Again, you cannot have national unity where there is no nation. Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't leave me. You cannot have national unity when there is no nation. It's a country of many nations. Do you have national unity among your own ethnic nation? Yoruba is a nation. Yoruba people cannot be bickering amongst ourselves and be telling Nigeria, unite or we must unite. The nation to unite is Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, Hausa nation, Ibibio nation. Everybody's united, Abi. Okay, all of us now, what do we want to work on? Purpose. Unity of purpose. We want to work on this. We now work together. Not all these things, let's unite. Based on what? So all this nonsense they're doing is for national unity, but as soon as you did not do what they did in their region, they'll stop those things. Which means that it was never for altruism to begin with. By sheer ability, only by sheer ability, they said, individual Igbos had attained very high positions in the federal civil service. It is a lie. Again, let me advertise Achebe Meritocracy or Nepotism. It's a video on Busuyori's YouTube channel. Please check it out. They filled those high positions by sheer nepotism, not sheer ability. By sheer ability is a lie. Individual Igbos have attained very high positions in the federal civil service, in the universities, and in corporations. But these are displeased the Northerners and Westerners who did not want the Igbos to be more than stewards, casual laborers, and petty traders. The Northerners and Westerners would tolerate a united Nigeria only if the Igbo would become second-rate citizens. They were tired of the Eastern domination scandal, which never existed. Nobody in this country ever talked about Eastern domination scandal. It was always Igbo domination scandal or Igbo domination. And they say it because of a statement that was made in 1945, which is proof of a plan that was hatched in 1944, which was to rule the Federation in perpetuity. They didn't make it up. It's real. And it was not Eastern. They use this word Eastern anytime. Let me tell you what the Igbos have done. By the way, if you are an Igbo here, again, this is not against you. I'm just telling you how Nigerian politics has worked. And if you buy into it, then it's against you. But if you don't buy into it, just be listening and be blessed. When the Igbos want to take over, they'll say they want to take over. When you push back, they'll say Eastern region, in order to have the other Easterners with them. When they want to fight Hausa Fulani, they'll talk about the South. In 1967, the message was Southern unity. So that you can get the Yoruba people to be on your side. So it went from Igbo to Eastern to Southern. And I remember a few days ago, Prof is here, I'm sure he remembers this. A few years ago, they said we were doing Southern Alliance. I mean, I was just wondering, like, is it that we don't understand nothing? In other words, the only time we unite is when we want to fight the North. What's that? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't do that kind of thing personally. Why? As soon as we are done with that enemy, this enemy that I'm calling my friend will begin to now show me pepper. Let's do Southern Alliance. And everything they're talking about is how Fulani is the worst thing. Fulani have issues. Forget it. Fulanis, they have their own issues. And we've talked about it before. But don't come and become my friend because you want to fight the Fulani. Don't come and don't come and say, oh, somebody, God bless you, Abiodun. Thank you. Everyone elevated the conversation. Thank you for that. So when you want to fight everybody, number one, when you start, is actually Igbo agenda. when people push back and you want to fight everybody in Nigeria, it becomes Eastern. So you include the Ibibio, the South, people in South, say all of us are Eastern. When you now want to fight the North, it is Southern unity. When you want to fight Ghana, like Abiodun wrote here, it becomes Nigerian unity. Oh, they hate Nigeria and Ghana. They don't hate Nigeria and Ghana. Oh, they are fighting Nigerians in Ghana. They are not fighting Nigerians in Ghana. They have mentioned the exact group they are fighting. There's no Nigerian issue in Ghana. We can eat jollof, but Nigerian jollof is better, sharp, but you get the point. We can have fun. There's no fight between Nigeria and Ghana. They have mentioned the group they have issues with. He's always hiding under something, hide under something, just to be able to deflect and say, they are fighting all of us, they're not fighting me. Go and fight your fight. You cannot be going around, you know get mama, you can't go carry saw for your back. Who go help you treat them? Come bring her, come my house. Say we are one Nigeria. Okay. Wait till they look for where you go, they carry wound for back. We'll go back to the book, I beg. This is my pigeon. I think it's getting better. It's getting better. I've spoken more pigeon on these live sessions than any other time in my life. And I've been around for a little bit, but it is well. Let's get back into this. So they said the Northerners and the Westerners would tolerate a united Nigeria only if the Igbo would become second-rate citizens, which people still talk about today, which I don't believe, by the way. I don't think Igbo people are second-class citizens. I believe they have a right. I believe that they have a right to, they are citizens just like every other group, but they are not better than any other group. That is what I think they hate. Why? Because of what they wrote. They said they are more civilized and more cultured, and they have superior abilities than other groups. They have superior talent. How can you be putting yourself on Eshianyo? In other words, you they ride cockroach, they tell yourself, say, na horse. Which culture? Which culture is superior, I beg? Hey, let me tell you something. If you're always shouting that you're second class, maybe it's your mind. Because I don't believe that any group is second class in Nigeria. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you use that argument because, again, it's about appeal to the emotions. You appeal to people's emotion. We are second class citizens. Look at us. You have to play the victim. You know why that? Excuse me. You know why that thing does not work on me? Eh? Since the day I read that 1947 paper, I read it here before. Since the day I read that 1947 paper document written by Sir Arthur Richards, since that day, I discovered that this thing is a strategy. Appeal to pity, thank you. It's a strategy. You know what Arthur Richards said in 1947? He said the Eastern region clamor for more of everything, but they generate the least revenue in Nigeria. 1947. But they clamor for more and more of everything. Those are his words. They clamor for more and more of everything. They pay the least taxes. Generate the least revenue, but clamor for more and more of everything. And just as if Azikiwe heard what he said and then took it as a call from the Lord, by 49, he began to use that victim mood thing. He said, we are the victim of this, we are victim here, they've not allowed us to do this, they don't want to give us this. Oga. It's a strategy, it's not the reality. In other words, you can build Dubai in the Southeast today. The average Southeasterner will still tell you they are marginalizing him. Even in 2025, the entire southeastern part of Nigeria, what they contributed to the VAT pool 2024 and even this the first half of this year is less than ×2 of what Oyo State itself alone generated. Oyo State generated more than 200% of what the Southeast generated this year. What if I told you that in the very heart of Boko Haram, Northeast generated more VAT than Southeast. But we are using their money to develop Nigeria. How can Boko Haram infested, because the post remove those people from that place, how can that place be generating more money than Southeast? And Southeast is claiming to be superior to every other group, but they don't want to be second class. Let me tell you what second class means in the Southeast. Second class means equality. First class means domination. I must be able to do anything I want to do in your region. That's what it means to be first class citizens. If I say sit down there, this is where you are, no. You are telling us that we are equal, no. That means I'm second class to you. Someone says they have an unknown government problem. How did that problem start? Were we not here? When we spoke, they told us to shut up. And they have unknown government, ungun known men, unmen known gun, unmen gun known. Everything is everywhere. They'll be fine. So they said the Northerners and Westerners would tolerate a united Nigeria only if the Igbo would become second-rate citizens. They were tired of the Eastern domination scandal. It was Igbo domination scandal, by the way. And having reached the limits of human endurance, were convinced that it would not be in their interest to remain in the Federation. They had no choice but asked to break away from the rest of the country and look for their own destiny as a separate country. That was the basis for secession. Whilst the academicians were pushing Odumegwu Ojukwu to consider taking Eastern Nigeria out of the Federation, the tribal factor continued to operate within the Nigerian army. The ethnic tension became essentially one between the North and the East, particularly between the Hausa Fulani and the Igbo, as they had to use the brawn rather than the brain, the gun being the Packer pen. They moved towards each other on 29 July, with the Hausa Fulani gaining the upper hand, and therefore to an extent avenging 15 January 1966. So this was when everywhere scattered, all right? Counter coup, northern counter coup. Again, the North doesn't complain when we say northern counter coup, July 29, 1966. Igbo coup of January 15, 1966. That is what history has taught us. It was an Igbo coup. It was a northern counter coup. May God give you understanding. Amen. So yeah, Northern troops took over 1st of August. Yakubu Gowon becomes head of state. September, he organizes the ADO conference. At the ADO conference, the Northern delegation wanted to break Nigeria because originally when they planned that coup, they actually wanted to get out of Nigeria. That's why they called it Araba. The concept of Araba really was to secede. They wanted to have their own northern region, but they were persuaded not to break away by the Attorney General of Nigeria, of the Federation, the High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner, the American Ambassador, and also the senior civil servants of northern origin were able to persuade Murtala Mohammed, Tiwadan Juma, all of them, like, don't break away and everything. So they put the more malleable, amenable person, Yakubu Gowon, in power. And Yakubu Gowon did something. By the way, I should say this. Papa went to prison in 1962. He wrote a book that was published much later called My March Through Prison. In that book, his letter to Ironsi is in that book where he asked for a pardon. Ironsi was there for 6 months. He did nothing. Gowon got there 1st August 1966. By 12th August 1966, Papa was out of prison. 11 days. And in case you are one of those people who carry the propaganda, Ojukwu had nothing to do with it. The only person who knew how Ojukwu has something to do with it was Ojukwu, because all the things that Ojukwu did to release Awolowo happened in his own imagination. It didn't happen in reality. 11 days. I know you're going to say that now. They said Ojukwu released. Even Ojukwu himself said he did it. He said it in a Boston interview in 2002. Just nonsense. And I thank God that not only do we have the Gazette from August 1966, we also have the video of Papa being received by Gowon. And we also have books, not by the government now, by different authors, whether foreign or local, that tell us exactly what happened. If you read John de St. John, the Nigerian Civil War, or you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, or you read A Break in the Silence by F. Adeton Wogunsheye, everybody knows exactly who did this, Papa, apart from people in Igbo land. May God bless them and help them. So Gowon released him, and then in September, he constituted something called the Ad hoc Conference. And the North wanted to secede. We talked about all of this before. And we're going to now continue from here now. So they talked about, let me just read to you what the Northern delegates asked for. By the way, this was the same conference that Ojukwu's people first bombed Lagos. They don't tell us these things, but it's the truth. September 1966, Ojukwu bombed Lagos and bombed Ore. That's what Ojukwu did. Where did they bomb in Lagos? The place is called Federal Palace Hotel. It's still there. But they say at that conference, and this is what the Northern delegation declared at the conference. They said the new Nigeria shall comprise a number of autonomous states. Number two, the autonomous states of Nigeria, that is to say Northern Nigeria, Eastern Nigeria, Western Nigeria, I'm talking very fast. The autonomous states, number two, the autonomous states of Nigeria, that is to say the Northern Nigeria, Eastern Nigeria, Western Nigeria, Midwestern Nigeria, or by whatever name they may choose to be called later, and such other states as may be formed subsequently, should agree to enter a union. This was before Aburi. Aburi was in January 4 and 5, 67. This was September 66. They come to tell you, Ojukwu gave us Aburi. Ojukwu did nothing. You guys are just unlucky with the kind of people who have led your people, man. Even when Ojukwu got what he asked for, he still said no. Me, go ready. We'll talk about decree number 8. Please check the video on YouTube. How Ojukwu rejected Aburi. It's on YouTube channel, Busrio Race. Ojukwu rejected Aburi. Well, even before he came up with that idea, the North also wanted autonomous states. And they said the powers of the central executive shall be delegated by the component states, except that powers connected with external or foreign affairs, immigration, can be unilaterally withdrawn by the state government. Number 3, any member state of the union should reserve the right to secede completely and unilaterally from the union. This was in 1966. The Northern delegates also wanted to be able to secede. Now, let's rush through this. I need help. Speed. Tribalism was incandescently crystallized during the Civil War when the intellectuals and top civil servants used efficient facilities to inform the outside world that the rest of Nigerians were tribalist, and when the Biafrans were fed on the worst possible hatred of Nigerians. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We have issues right now. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We have inactivity. Thank you. Please, we're on 111K. Let's get it up to 120, 150, and 200, and so on and so forth. Please. Thank you. So they said tribalism was incandescently crystallized during the Civil War when the intellectuals and top civil servants used effective facilities. When they say effective facilities, they're talking about communication, effective communication, to get the world to know that the rest of us in Nigeria are tribalists. People still believe that today, especially folks from the southeast. May God heal you. May God heal your land, because you need it. They were the intellectuals and top civil servants used efficient facilities to inform the outside world that the rest of Nigerians were tribalists, and when the Biafrans were fed on the worst possible diet, hey, I keep saying diet, fed on the worst possible hatred of Nigerians. The history of Nigeria was completely rewritten, and in that new chronicle, the Igbo were innocent, and the rest of Nigerians criminals. Tribalism crystallized into racism, in which the Igbo was persuaded to see himself as an embodiment of the virtues that had eluded other Nigerians. The crisis, it was argued, was deep-rooted in the past and had been inspired by the unabated and ever-increasing hostility of the rest of the Nigerian community for the Igbo ever since the British government imposed the British Raj on Nigeria. The Igbo man, the incarnation of all virtues, had been the object of envy by the rest of the Nigerian community, who were much less gifted in spiritual and human talents. Hey, yeah. The Igbo man was the industrious, enterprising businessman whose commercial ability was used to build up the economy of the country outside the fatherland, an evidence of his unselfishness. He was by nature cosmopolitan in outlook. Hence, his sojourning in other parts of the country and the display of neighborliness. He was the most genuine Christian and the arch rejecter of Islam, which he knew before the colonial era could not humanize and civilize the Nigerian to the best level. He was the most zealous patron of Western-style education and consequently the inheritor of the virtues which this character molding and refiner of manners could confer on anybody. This skill he had put at the disposal of the rest of Nigeria in the civil service, in the press, and in the nationalist movement. And aware of the consolation of independence as the open sesame to the emergence of the Nigerian as a man, he had used his pen as well as his voice to lead the nationalist struggle, believing that a better breed of man would emerge in a Nigerian-wise community. He had been the vanguard of pan-Nigerianism and the decrier of tribalism and sectionalism. However, the Igbo man was hated by the rest of Nigeria, who were either incapable of appreciating these virtues or were made to hate him by the British imperialists, who so hated the progress of Africans that they did not want, who so hated the progress of Africans that they did not want Nigerians to be infected with such attributes that the Igbo had acquired and were displaying. The result was that hostility toward the Igbo gathered momentum and culminated in the massacres of 1966, which pushed them as a rejected people out of the Federation. That arrant nonsense is a quote from Chinua Achebe. It was an address that Chinua Achebe made to the Netherlands press, 28th August 1968. The best of everything. We are hated. They hate us. That's what massacres happen. No mention of everything that we have been talking about since. The plan to dominate, the actions that actually, was being carried out or were being carried out to dominate different regions: the East first, the Northern Civil Service, the Midwest, and then the West. East was already in the pocket. No mention of any of those things. No mention of the Unification decree. No. We did not do anything wrong. We are the best of all mankind. Look at these brutes, these savages just came and fought us. And we're trying to even help them by making these things available to them in the civil service, in the press, in the universities. We're trying to help them. Look at these people. They're very naive. Guys, I played a video, it was last week, of a man in the UK who said the exact same words. He said the Igbos were too advanced for Nigeria. I don't know if you remember that video. If I find it, I'll play it when I put this video out. He said they were too advanced for Nigeria. The Nigerians then were ingrates and brutes, incapable of behaving like the Igbo race as civilized human beings. They were unabashed perpetrators of inhumanity of man to man, people from whom the paragon Biafrans should flee in order to found a new state in which the qualities of the right-thinking man will be exemplified. In the opinion of the articulate Biafrans, In the opinion of the articulate Biafrans, all of them academicians and many of them alumni of University of Ibadan, no worse people than Nigerians could be found in the world. The Nigerians were murderers, committed to a program of total elimination of the Igbo race. In order to achieve this end, the Nigerian troops invaded Biafra. These bloodthirsty vandals were hankering after Biafran ladies, whom they were to infect with a specially devastating disease called Bonny Special. The Nigerian troops were efficient murderers of every Igbo man or woman, young or old, able or ill, whom they captured. The Nigerian leadership was made up of a pack of criminals, never-do-wells, and unreliable shifty characters who have established a record of incompetence, ineffectiveness, inhumanity, unobjectivity, illegality, unpopularity, and abuse of office. General Gowon was a Christian humbug. Say that again. General Gowon was a Christian humbug and leader of a jihad that aimed at Islamization of all Biafran children, killing all Biafrans above the age of 5, and one of the murderers of his benefactor, Aguiyi Ironsi. He was a Christian leading a jihad. Was a Christian leading a jihad. Let me tell you one for instance, I did not tell you the last time. If you read this book, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Neil Graham Douglas. Neil Graham Douglas wrote this book in 1968. He was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region. He worked with Odumegwu Ojukwu before he resigned. During a conversation with Ojukwu, Ojukwu told him that Gowon would not fight because he's a Christian. When he then chose to fight, suddenly he's now leading the jihad, but he's still a Christian. And some people actually believe this nonsense. You don't see the contradictions for some weird reason. You don't see that these two things don't make sense. Is a Christian leading a jihad? How? You know why? Because when this whole thing started, Ojukwu said he's not going to fight because he's a Christian. As soon as he began to fight, you have to find something else to say, oh, he's leading a jihad. That's why I've told people, I've said it several times. Listen, I'm not saying people don't have Islamization agenda. But if you're a Christian, especially Yoruba, and you have allowed these people to use Islamization to corner you have to think straight. They used Islamization agenda in 1966. The coup was because of Islamization agenda. Do you know that? Read the book by Ben Bule, Nigeria's 5 Majors. It was Islamization. Oh, they're going to Islamize Nigeria. Bello had already brought in ammunition from outside. They're going to bring in people from the Sahel. There is Ademelegun working with him. They're going to turn everybody to Muslims. 66. 67, they are still using that thing. 68, in other words, 68. The reason for the war was because they want to Islamize Igbo land. 2025. Oh, Ashewaju Boyame Tinubu is Muslim ticket. They're going to Islamize Nigeria. You think you actually went to school and you believe that thing? The 2011, it was Buhari who was going to Islamize Nigeria. I'm not saying nobody has plans for Nigeria. I'm not saying they don't want to Islamize Nigeria. That's not my point. My point is just that it seems like this is more like a talking point that you use against a particular region in Nigeria. Oh, they're going to Islamize Nigeria. As per waiting, Ottoman Empire. To make matters worse, it's a Christian who is going to lead the jihad. It's a Christian leading the jihad. And then they said it was General Gowon was a Christian humbug and leader of a jihad that aimed at Islamization of all Biafran children, killing all Biafrans above the age of 5. Excuse me. He's going to kill all Biafrans above the age of 5, and one of the murderers of his benefactor, Aguiyi Ironsi. He didn't even know about that coup. Well, he knew about the coup, but was not even one of the planners of the coup. Gowon knew about the coup, but he was not one of the planners of the coup. He was not one of the executors of the coup. He was just chilling. He didn't plan it. He didn't execute it. Now they say he's the killer of his benefactor. How is Ironsi Gowon's benefactor? Ironsi that on 15th January 1966, around 5 a.m., Ironsi was still shaking in his boots, telling the officers not to chase the coup plotters until 7 a.m., even though they already had a 2-hour head start. The person who said you got to go right now is Gowon. Told the officers, told them, I'm giving you guys 15 minutes. Get ready, get dressed up, we're leaving. That was Gowon. Because Gowon asked a question. By the way, you find this book in a book called Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J. Isawa Eligo. Gowon said, when did this thing happen? They said 3 a.m. It's 5 a.m. So why is Oga saying they should give them another 2 hours? So they can get to where they were going. And believe it or not, it was in that period that the Fajuna and Okafor escaped. There's a book I bought earlier this week when I went to that bookshop. A very rare book. Very rare book. I can't remember. The man who worked with Tojuku talked about what they just got to the Western Kenya and they found Ifajuna and they were wondering why was he in Enugu. He wasn't trying to kill anybody. He was looking for refuge. So why did they allow that man to go and not make any? That's why I tell people, University did not send anybody after anybody. Also, was just chilling. So calling Gowon the murderer of his benefactor is nonsense. Now we get to the crazy part. His chief lieutenant or lieutenant, depending on the country you live in, the chief lieutenant was Chief Obafemi Awolowo, an arch-tribalist, a narrow-minded and parochial, a notoriously spineless opportunist with an all-consuming ambition and a particular obsession to realize a self-inspired delusion to become Prime Minister of Nigeria, and expertise in the embezzlement of public funds, which could be traced right through his career. Last time I said I was not going to speak about it. Let's not speak about it because of time. Everything they wrote here is describing themselves, their fathers, and their leaders. And I say it again, everything they wrote here is actually describing their fathers, their leaders, all their leaders. Nobody speaks about I will like this. I will not collect. And that's the only thing you collect for today. And this is the spirit that people say carry about. This is actually writing rubbish. Oh. That's why some people's memory, I won't mention their names, some people's memories are cursed. Because you cannot have this venom. By the way, when you read two of his terrible books, I mean, the fictions are good. But all those prose, nonsense. When he wrote about this book, The Trouble with Nigeria, and the nonsense that guys, I'm not sorry for what I'm about to say right now. It's the nonsense, the last nonsense he wrote. There was a country. There's no way a young Igbo person will read that book and will think good of Nigeria or of Yoruba people or of Hausa people. You'll be hating everybody. I don't say this because of him. I say because of the readers. I read that book. I had to ask myself, like, is this? When this man wrote this book, did he see the contradiction in the book himself? Did he see this contradiction? It was in that book that I first saw that a person is fighting a war, but they can have access to play things. It was the fault of Nigeria. He blamed everybody, propaganda till death. How would young people read that book and want to have a better Nigeria? Please tell me. If you have not read the book, I don't even think you should read it, but you can read it so you can understand how people think. A young person fresh from university or just fresh from high school reads that book, hates Nigeria forever, hates Yoruba forever. But you know what he has done in that book? He will put it in your mouth that Yoruba people hate me, Yoruba people hate me, Nigerians hate me. That's what they will be saying. But in reality, you are the one who hates everybody. And it's not your fault. It's because of the materials you've been exposed to. I've read his books. Terrible stuff. Terrible. Well, Things Fall Apart is good. Any history books are good apart from Man of the People, because that one is not story. He was telling us about a coup before it happened. He published that book in January of 66. The coup happened on 15th, that same month of 66. Then he said the book was prophetic. Foul. Anyway, what he wrote about Awolowo is talking about his parents and his elders, and their elders. I don't care. You can't be insulting Awo now, Abba. I mean, I saw everybody, but Awo, Abba. But I don't want to spend time on that. Chief Anthony Enahoro was a violent, conceited, and undisciplined character who from youth has been in the center of crimes against law and order. It should be repeated that no ethnic group in Nigeria can justifiably throw stone at the Igbo. The other ethnic groups did not exploit the tribal factor as a defense mechanism or preach the gospel of hatred of other ethnic groups or reduce Nigerian history to the denominator of tribalism or descend to the extreme form of racism as the Igbo intellectuals did in the cause of the Civil War. But that does not mean that other ethnic groups have less tribal instincts than the Igbo. I think it would even be wrong to deny tribal instinct. I don't even like the word tribal, because when the Scottish do these things, we call it nationalism. Scottish nationalism. Why is it tribalism in Nigeria? It's nationalism. You should stand for your nation. Stand for Igbo nation. Be proud of Igbo nation. Be proud of Yoruba nation. Stand up for it. Just like a Scotsman would do. It doesn't mean that it's no longer in the UK. It's still in the UK. It's still British. But it's Scots. It's Scottish. It's Irish, but it's British. It's Welsh, but it's British. It's English, but it's British. It's Yoruba, but it's Nigerian. It's Hausa, but it's Nigerian. And the fact that you are talking about your ethnic group does not mean that you are now a tribalist. Until you use that your tribal racism, like this man puts it, to push down other people or pull down other people because you are under. You can't push anybody down. You are under. You are the one pulling people down. And you always be under if you are pulling people down. Excuse me. So they said other groups do not have less tribal instincts. And I don't think anybody has ever denied it. I can't deny being Yoruba because I want to be Nigerian. I can be both. So why am I going to pick one? My brother in Benin Republic is a Beninois, but he's also Yoruba. The one in Togo is Yoruba, but he's also Togolese. Like, but we are Yoruba. But once you start using that thing against other groups in Nigeria, you don't even have the right to call people tribalist. You are a demonic human being. You are demon possessed. Guys, these guys, waiting we don't read so far. You don't see some people get demon for a body, like demon possessed people. And you be pointing fingers. You're tribalist, you're tribalist, you're tribalist, you're tribalist. Anyway, let's read a bit more. But it's true that other groups also had it. But no other group exploited the tribal factor as a defense mechanism or preached the gospel of hatred of other ethnic groups or reduced Nigeria history to the denominator of tribalism or descends to the extreme form of racism as the Igbo intellectuals did in the course of the Civil War. So yes, everybody had tribal instincts, but nobody did what they did. The Igbo went to the farthest limit of tribal racism in the Civil War because physically they were in the defensive. And there's no doubt that the Igbo educated elite believed that members of the ethnic groups were far more pan-Nigerian than any other ethnic group. That they believed that in the way the Igbo had spread themselves all over the country, these people had developed a Nigerian national sensitivity. The sublimation or sanctification of tribalism into a credo by the windsowers can be explained. It is the one bait that they were sure the masses would swallow easily. In the same way the Germans and Italians swallowed the bait of Nazism and fascism, respectively, between the two world wars. In the same way the Russian and American peoples have in our generation been swallowing the communist ideology and the capitalism credo, respectively. It is no use to express surprise that the Nigerian masses seem unaware that their educated elite leaders have been exploiting the tribal factor primarily for their selfish ends. That the educated elite have been doing so not because they subscribe to the traditional mental world or to the moral and social values of traditional society, not because they believed that the Nigerian nation could be built upon tribes, not because they believed that tribal leaders or tribal laws should determine their action. It is quite easy for the ordinary Yoruba man or Igbo man or Hausa Fulani man to be a victim of the myth of the tribe, believing in the pride of the tribe, persuaded that his platform of patriotism or citizenship is that of the tribe. As the educated elite leaders, I'll explain them. As the educated elite leaders drew up a lurid picture of the disaster that might befall this village or that community if they, the educated elites, were not given a blank check, so the ordinary man felt that his ethnic group was vicariously injured or humiliated or honored in appointment or preferments. That's preferments. That's in things like given preferential treatments and so on and so forth. It is a phenomenon by no means peculiar to the big ethnic groups, as the resurgence and practice of tribalism within the states of the Federation have begun to reveal. The magic wand of the ideology of tribalism upon the masses apart. Take that again. The magic wand of the ideology of tribalism upon the masses apart, there's also the fact that, in a sense, the educated elite in the post-independence Nigeria derive from the masses in a way their 19th century Saro predecessors never did. Their roots are in the villages or towns, in their hometowns. They are invariably the innovators, their palace of the people, mansions, being regarded with pride by the people. Their donations to the local churches bring to the politicians the support of pastors and congregations. The influence of the educated elite to bring about modernization and social amenities through membership of party or government is a fact that communities recognize, making them have pride in their educated elite leaders. It is a fact which Nigerian literary writers have been fictionizing for years. What you see in all of this is, so what's the name of the book? The book is called The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayondele. There's a mistake the author is making. It's a mistake that the generation before us, the educated elite before us, made. And some of them are still making it right now. The aversion for the uniqueness or the differences that each group in Nigeria possesses, and the reduction of the love or celebration of those uniqueness to tribalism is one of the reasons Nigeria cannot make progress. Everybody should be proud of who they are. It doesn't stop them from being Nigerian. It's not this or that. These are not mutually exclusive concepts. I said earlier, being Yoruba and being Nigerian is like being a son and being a father. Do you have to kill your mother because you want to give birth to your son? Are you saying that it's wrong to have your mother see your son, or you being able to perform those two roles? Does that in any way stop you from being a human being? You are the son to your mom, you take care of her. You are the father to your son, you take care of him. You have different relationships. Why do people think that everything has to be... Is it difficult to compartmentalize? Why must all of us be grouped together into one thing and say, we are one Nigeria in clinical? It's a lie. You know. How do I know? Because my fathers did it. They were the nationalists. There's no group in Nigeria that did nationalism like Yoruba people. It's not even about Achebe nonsense. Achebe is talking without facts. Me, I'll tell you the facts. And we'll go deeper into it when we're discussing the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. The first nationalists in Yoruba land were Yoruba Christians. All of them. The idea was about Nigeria. They were Yoruba. They were comfortable being Yoruba, but they were thinking of Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. They got to the point where they even started talking about Africa. Not in the Pan-African sense of we are all the same, but in the sense that, the African man should rise. They had this goal for the African man. Not that one group should lead the continent of Africa, or like the Igbos should, according to Nnamdi Azikiwe, or that the Igbos are superior to other people, according to Chinua Achebe. The Aryan race, younger brothers of Hitler. They did that until certain people got into politics in 1937. Everything had to change in reaction to the introduction of tribalism into politics in 1938. Z got in 37, he introduced tribalism in 38. He went berserk in 1940. By 1941, he just scattered everywhere. And you have the audacity to go around the country calling people tribalists. Listen, be proud of your ethnicity. Hate no man. I mean, we have goodwill towards everybody, love for all, respect for everybody. But you cannot misbehave in people's spaces and say that you are one Nigeria. And this mindset that Chebe was shouting about, we are better than everybody, we are the kiniko, you're all Abambe. You are more civilized is a lie. If you are more civilized, we can't be wearing clothes in 1963. There was an edict by the parliament in Enugu that people cannot come to Enugu market, that's the capital city, without wearing clothes. 1963. You are telling everybody in Nigeria that you are more civilized than them. How now? Meanwhile, can we not have conversations without saying, I am Kinikon than you? I am Kinikon than you. Because what you discover is that the person who is always comparing is hiding the real issue, which is inferiority complex. He has nothing. He's low. No matter how much money he has in his pocket, his brains are empty. Empty of virtues. Empty of wisdom. He's always comparing. I'm better than you. In other words, your glory is in comparison. You can't be good on your own. You must compare, which is why everything, including basic things, become competition. I must have more than you. You must have more than me. Even when you're supposed to collaborate, you see must compete. I don't compete with Lolo. I don't ja. You still scatter everything. That's why where we are right now. I'm not saying only one ethnic group should be blamed for Nigeria's woes. Everybody has something they contributed, but I'm saying that people should own what they contributed. For instance, as a Yoruba man, what did we contribute? What we contributed was allowing our own place to be the turf for different groups that want to fight. Why? Because we ourselves were divided. So one will go with the north, the other will go with the east. Your land is where they will fight. When they finish fighting, they scatter everywhere. You're not able to say, this is what we want to do as a people. You have small issue, and then you let your ego overtake everything to the point where you must be right. Sometimes you have to be wrong. Not because you are wrong. Not every time. I'm not saying you will not become a doormat, but sometimes you just choose to. That's what our own issue was, especially between Papa and Akintola, which is the next series we are going into on Monday. These were best of friends. These were people who were so close. When Akintola's daughter was going to the UK, Mama saw her off to the airport. Mama HID. Gave her money, I think it was £50. These were people who the wives will wear Ashwebi and Co. You have, sorry guys, we have, let me not meet you yet. What happened between them? That's what we're going to go into next week. How did we allow that personal issue degenerate to the point where it now affected the entire people? And I can assure you, it's also what was affecting the entire Nigeria. What happened? We allowed it to happen. And I'll tell you how it's affecting Nigeria. If we had just stayed where we were and kept growing, everybody would have had to copy from us like they were copying from us in the 1950s. We were doing something, everybody saw it, they were copying it. When it worked, it worked. When it didn't work, they failed. But we were there. They started fighting. They had no other persons. You know you can lead without being at the top. John Maxwell calls it 360-degree leadership, where regardless of where you are on the rungs of the ladder, you are leading. That's where we messed up. And we can own it so that we don't repeat it. Where you messed up is that you are Toju Bole Eronuru. You're always going to people's houses to tell them what to do, and you're trying to destroy everybody's house just to ensure that you are established. That's where you are, and that's why you're still messing up, looking for indigenous status in 2025. Because you learned nothing from the past. You go to this place, you're a tribalist. I must be your guy. If I don't become your guy, you're a tribalist. You did it in the north, in the west, in the midwest, in the south, everywhere. Say what's happening now, we are one Nigeria. Olowo Ojuru, you are wrong. Papa did not ask Akintola to vacate the post. Okay, you didn't say you asked a question. Sorry, I just noticed. I didn't see question mark there. Guys, please, that question mark can do a lot for me. Let me tell you what he said. We're going to go deep into this on the next series. So Monday, let's just say next week. Let's see what we can do on Monday. But we'll start from the beginning now. We have to know each of them, but not deep like that. We have some books. There's one by Femi Kende. There's one by Akin Shutokun on SLA. And then Awo has plenty. So the question is, someone told me when Papa came from Federal, he asked Akintola to vacate the post, and I disagreed. You are right to disagree, Mr. Lowo. Awo did not tell Akintola to vacate. Hey, Jesus. It's a long thing. We're going to go into this on Monday, but let me just quickly say this. Papa left the region as premier. He resigned. He chose to resign because he wanted to become premier. So he went to the federal. He became a member of parliament, right? Akintola became premier. There's something people don't really understand. That even though Papa was no longer the premier of the region, he was still the leader of the party. That's where people are making mistake. He was no longer the premier of the region, but he was the leader of the party. So if you like, let him be in Lagos doing federal parliament. Let him be in Ibadan in regional parliament. If you like, he should be in Ikene. Wherever he is, he's the leader of the party, and party is supreme. The issue between them, we'll talk about it next week. There's ego there. They could have handled it better. And when we get to that conversation, we have to come to study that thing together. All of us will study together with humility. I'm not going to be saying this person is bad, this person is bad, this person is bad. Akintola made mistakes. Papa also made mistakes. But the more you wonder why didn't they just find a way? But we'll do all of that next week. And hopefully we don't repeat that nonsense, especially with those people shouting. Let me not mention them. We will always have people like that in Yoruba land, by the way. The prayer is that they will always be in the minority, that they don't carry. So they will never constitute like a critical mass. They will never make up a critical mass. They will never affect the growth of Yoruba land. So whatever the numbers, they won't matter, right? But we'll discuss all of this on Monday. Yeah, so before I bring people up, I hope we've learned stuff in this series, which is coming to an end today, part 8. We've tried. Politics in Nigeria is heavily influenced by ethnicity, and it is not a problem as long as it has to do with the growth and development of your ethnicity, and by extension that of Nigeria. And I'm saying this as a Yoruba man who read the charter that the Egbemotuduwa drew in 1945 and the other one they drew in 1948. And in both charters, and which of course is the aims and objectives, they broke what they were going to do into two. What they were going to do for Yoruba people, what they would do for Nigeria. That's how we can grow. Not what the Igbo leaders did, where they said, this is what we want to do for Igbo people to and have a perpetual rule of the federation. You cannot have that mindset and have your region grow. Possible. There is no way you are going to do that and you will succeed. Even if you, and by the way, they succeeded for just a few months. You will succeed for a short time, but you have long-term curses. It's nature. And the crazy part is that the people who are still talking about your tribes are from that region till today. In the name of national unity, you will take everything that belongs to everybody. You are a thief. There's no other word. You are a thief. And may God in his infinite mercy remove that stealing spirit from your heart in Jesus' name. Amen. So everybody, Nigeria is very heavily ethnic, and the reason is not because it is wrong. The reason is because Nigeria is a country, not a nation. A nation, I want to end the way I started so that we'll now bring people up. I'm going to read the definition of nation and definition of country, and they'll get it. Papa said in 1947 that Nigeria was a mere geographic expression. We are better than that now. We're no longer just a geographic expression. We're a political entity, which is growth, right? It's growth. We're not just a geographic expression. We are now a country. People are saying they want to have a nation. They want to build Nigeria into a nation. That day would never come. For you to do that, you're going to have to destroy a lot of things. And those who hold those things dearly don't want those things destroyed. E.g., I'm not going to lose my Yoruba-ness for Nigeria. And my children will not. My children's children will not. But I can be Nigerian and Yoruba. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nigeria is not a nation. What is a nation? A nation is a distinct population bound by a shared sense of common culture, history, language, ethnicity, or belief, which often results in a collective identity and feeling of unity. Unlike a state, which is a political entity with a government and defined territory, a nation is a socially constructed group of people where members may never meet but still feel connected. What's a country? Nigeria is a state or a country. A country is a politically organized territory with defined borders, a sovereign government, and a population, which may often united by a shared culture, history, or language. That's in Europe. In Africa, it's not. In Europe, just about every nation you can tell, and that's why you see in the UK, if you Google it now, I've said it several times, if you Google it right now, how many nations are in the UK? If you look for it right now, how many nations are in the UK? You'll see 4. Does that mean the UK is in disarray? Does that mean they don't love each other? Does that mean they don't want national unity? The UK is still there, but there are 4 nations within it. There's England, there's Wales, there's Scotland, and Northern Ireland. It's the same way we have in Nigeria. We have many nations. And understanding that will remove all this accusation of tribalism. You can't go to Scotland and say, you are a Scottish tribalist because you are not giving me everything I want in my region. Now, I've used this example over and over again. If you go to Scotland, all this Senna climb, let's go to Senna climb. If you go to Scotland, you will pay. Even if you are British, but you are not Scottish, you will pay school fees. If you are Scottish, you will not pay. Are they tribalistic? No. They are preserving what's theirs. That will be something that you get because you are from that place. It's called benefits because you are from there, because of your origin. If a Scottish person goes to Ireland, he pays more than the Irish. The Irish pays about 4,600 thereabout. The Scottish has to pay about 9,000, almost 10,000 pounds. In the same country, and they're both British. Does that mean there's something wrong with the way they are constituted? That is actually how to run a multi-ethnic state. This is a multi-ethnic state. This is not your village. Nigeria is a subcontinent. There are many nations within ourselves. Why don't we just sit down and say, okay, this is who we are? Instead of shouting tribalists, 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 just give yourself brain. We are many. Our anthem says, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We choose brotherhood, but we acknowledge and recognize that there are many tribes and many tongues, and that's fine. And I will not go to your house to tell you how to live and tell you that you're a tribalist because it doesn't make sense. So our politics is heavily influenced by our ethnicities, and those who say it is not are the ones who are actually using ethnicities to bread the co our new bejelo. Please help me with the English translation. Someone says India a country. Ask them. There are 26 official languages in India. In Nigeria, all of you are shouting English, English, as if you were born in the Queen's Palace in Buckingham. You've never even been to the airport. We make everything look as if, oh, why must you speak Yoruba? You speak Yoruba. It is the same person who's asking me a question about how many states are in India. Lagos said they're going to be teaching Yoruba in schools. Lagos, the governor said it, the teachers will be teaching Yoruba in schools. Somebody in Abia State, Igbo Women Association in Aba, threatens to sue the governor of Lagos State because having Yoruba in Lagos State is tribalism. And believe it or not, that same week, I'm not joking, you can Google these things, that same week, the governor of Abia State said they will begin to teach Igbo, and they said that was good, and they celebrated it. It was all over social media. You can teach Igbo in your land, even, and we know that Abia State is originally Ibibio land, and there are Ibibio people still living in Abia State today. Just like there are Igala people living in Anambra State today, but you call it Igbo, whatever, but you are not tribalist. This is the kind of Nigeria, and then we create a structure that respects that thing, that factors that into everything that we do, so that nobody is telling, you don't go to Quebec and tell them in Quebec, why are you speaking French? Why must you speak French? Are we not one Canada? You are one Canada. Why are you speaking French? In Quebec, even your signs have to be in French. And please don't bring that Sena climb nonsense here. Oh, go to Sena climb. You don't know what you're talking about. Let all of us create that structure. Let it be in our minds right now. So if you're a politician, please think of these things as you do what you do. If you are a regular citizen, when you become one politician or whatever, you have access, remember these things. Whether you're in the room when the conversation is being had, or you're at the table making the decision, just help the country. We are not tribalists. Well, I am not Yoruba people are not tribalists. If we were, you guys would not be all over Yoruba land. With all this rubbish. The ones who will not allow people to, let's just leave the matter. Let's bring people up. Let's bring people, well, we'll do it very quickly. It's supposed to close at 7 o'clock. I want to be closing at 7 now. My moderator was telling me time earlier. Thank you very much for reminding me, Empress. So let's have some reactions and then we'll call it a day. We'll be here on Monday, 1 p.m. If time, West African time. We're going to start a new series, Awolowo and Akitola. After that one, we'll be going into the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land, and then after that one, we'll go into the first section of this book that we just finished reading. We'll talk about the deluded hybrids. So we talked about educated elites right now. Talk about people who the book not insult everybody, so it will insult us when we get there too. All right, let's have user. Wait, oh, you came up, but you don't have a name. Oh. How did I bring you up? Hello, user.
Just like me.
Oh my God. Why Igbo are not marrying Osu people? Is that a question? Say why Igbo are not marrying Osu people. They shall explain later. Let me not go into Osu matter. But it's not funny though. You have a place where you have class system. Class means this town is superior to that town, and if I'm from this place, I'm higher in identity. That's class. So some people are wawa, they are down there. This is due to today. And then when a woman's house was pulled down in Anambra State this year, if anybody come and gaslight you with Jesus is not from your village. So there's class, then there's caste, and that caste system, those people are there in perpetuity. They're there forever. My advice is those who want Nigerian unity, why can't they just unite these people and remove the class system amongst them? Until I want to, and I don't think it's necessary because it's easy. Try and create that thing. You can't be looking for national unity when your home is in disarray. It makes no sense. national unity. Nigeria is not. We should be looking for who is your majority. Who is calling you small? See, Gorilla uses some very interesting work sometimes. This my moderator is Madam. Don't call her Smalley. Gorilla. All right. So let's do better in our regions. If your region is better, and my region is better, and the north is better, and the middle belt is better, south is better, Nigeria is better. But all this let us unite in code necessary. OC Kid says, who are OSU? It's not today's topic. Let me see. If there's another question, I'll answer, then we'll close. What's the name of the book? The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by Ibi Ayondele. We're going to use that book 4 series from now, so we have like a timetable. Did I write the last one? Let me just repeat it just to be sure. Olowa and Akintola, Evolution of Christianity. In Yoruba land. And then we have who this author decided to describe as deluded hybrids. These were people who were there before the independence. They were neither here nor there. That's what he was saying. But we'll talk about all of those things. All right, since we don't have any other question, I'm going to just answer what you asked. Let me just read some comments. Someone says, our past is still living with us in Nigeria. That's 16 Hills. You're right. Someone says, Mr. Olajid Ray says, I have been longing for this, the work you've been doing for Yoruba race. Thank you. This is the first time I'm joining your live. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you, sir. Glad to have you join us. I really appreciate your work. All right. Do you think that this government is returning Nigeria to regionalism via backdoor by state police and SWDA? You answered the question, sir. You answered the question. It's funny when I see Yoruba people shouting, we want regionalism. Me, I'm wondering, what do you think you have right now? I think the issue is that God will help us. All of us will learn together. We all learn together. What you are looking for, you already have. It's just that you are not recognizing it because it didn't come in the way you expected it. You want what Awolowo had, you can't have that one again. Which governor will tell you that he doesn't want to be a governor anymore? So we must go back to regionalism. We are back in regionalism, and it's getting better with the state police. And I'm glad you wrote those things out. Southwest Development Commission, every region has development commission right now, is regionalism. We read earlier today, Southwest Development Commission, Don Commission, and representative of governors had a meeting to discuss the transition. It was called multimodal transport system, something like that we're developing for Southwest, which includes intra-regional railway. System. That's regionalism. The thing is, Sherry, if you intend to benefit from the system, please understand the fact that what you are looking for is already here. It's just that Koti, number one, it did not come the way you were expecting it. Number two, it is not everything you want. That everything will happen with time. Two major things I think needs to happen very soon, is state police and resource control. If you have those two things with Development Commission, and you can implement one of the clauses in the 2014 confab that talks about merger and demerger of states. If we have those three things, we're good. At least to a large extent. I'm not saying we're perfect, but we're good. State police, resource control, and the possibility of merger and demerger of states. If you have those three, I think the regions are back. The regions are back. It's just that one, 15. Everywhere was virgin. So just start, and then you're building on the template of the Westminster model. So you're using Westminster model, but now Ati Fori Jagbo Jaju, so is 79 with the presidential system. Therefore, if you're going to have that thing, you have to develop, what do you call it? You have to develop based on the current reality. Someone says, what happened to Kogi and Kwara outside the southwest? Yoruba will happen to them. So Yoruba people, knowing what is happening now, so we have two options. I don't even know if I should say it here. Okay, we have two options. Number one is to push for that clause or that provision, the merger and demerger of states. That's a political solution. Number two is the cultural solution, which is to on our own organically include our brothers outside the southwest. That one does not require, it requires politicians, but it's not something that you have to do for constitutional amendments to fix. So that one is something that we can do. Would that affect our development? I really can't tell. What would I prefer? Well, I prefer all of us to be in the same region. Can it happen now? It can. You know the reason I talk about that merger thing, I've said it before, is a document where I found some interesting things, and two of the things I found in that stuff, they've been done. Number one, I've always said it's quite funny, and you may see it as irrelevant, but for me that was a trigger. It was actually it was when they reverted the national anthem to the old one. That was the first thing I was like, okay. So let me tell you a story before we close. I was watching this interview. It was with Barrister Zekome. They're talking about the change of the national anthem when it was reverted to the old one. And then he said this was one of the some of the things that we talked about at the confab in 2014. As soon as I heard it, you know what I did? Guess. I went straight to look for that confab report. I was now studying it to understand. I was like, if this thing came out of that document, then there are other things that are in there. The Development Commission you are seeing right now is one of the recommendations in the 2014 confab report. And they repeated like 1 billion times in that document, the federating unit shall be the state. The federating unit shall be the state. They don't want region. It shall be this. They repeated it 1,000, or even the billion, exaggeration of course, but they repeated it again and again and again. So I already know, okay, so this is, and then I spoke to somebody, one of the elders who was at that confab in 2014. I asked the person, what, again, you have to also try to learn from the elders. Some of the angst we have and some of the arguments we have, they've also gone through it, and they may be able to tell you something that would help you resolve your own issues. So you put together everything they say, you're like, okay, so it'd be like, say, these people don't want this thing, but they added one clause, merger and demerger of states. I've discussed it here before, a long time ago. Maybe I will sometime later, maybe I don't know when, but maybe one day we'll talk about it. Merger and demerger of states. That is actually a way to actually give you a regional system. But the fact that you have the national anthem and you have SWDC, for me, I think it's something to take seriously. That's why I don't believe in all this, let's have confab, let's have another conference, let's have another conference. Now, I'm like, have you read the report of the ones we've had before? If you sit down with that report alone, Nigeria is okay. Maybe not perfect, but definitely not this status quo, not the way we are. State police was mentioned as well. So the fact that we even have SWDC right now, and the fact that they had a meeting yesterday, and the fact that Yoruba land, Southwest specifically, has had a regional development commission for 12 years before Southwest Development Commission, before the one federal government created, we have had done since 2013. So we have a 12-year head start. A think tank, like a technocratic organization, just coming up with ideas and putting up proposals and everything. It means that it's just plug and play, Lamache. So we have it. Somebody said they're not allow. No, it's not like they will not. They don't want it the way it was constituted back then. That's the point. And what they wanted and what others wanted was one of the problems I think we have as we close. Oh boy, 70 fellow. One of the issues I think we have is this: we need to study what they discussed, so that we don't continue with the arguments that they had before they resolved that argument. I don't get what I'm saying. A lot of times we have the same argument of our parents. The mistake we are making is this: our parents had that argument. They met with the parents of other people, right? When they now met, they now resolved and came to a consensus. We don't care about that consensus. We are still holding on to the arguments. That's our problem. How can you say Southwest is being lethargic? They just started last month. How people like this? What do you want them to do? To start flying? They inaugurated something. Is it this month? It's not even up to 4 weeks, and you say they are lethargic. I don't like negativity. I don't like negativity. And again, why do we do this thing? You're already criticizing people. They just start. You don't criticize them. Say they're. Do you know what I mean of lethargic? They've not even existed long enough to be lethargic. Oh God. Please give these people benefit of the doubt sometimes now. It's not that bad now. Support them. Oh God. This is where we are about. So what I was saying, let me end it. I was saying that our parents had a vision or an argument. The Northerners had an argument. The Igbos had an argument. Everybody had their own argument. They met. When they met, they reached a consensus. We need to study that consensus. That consensus means that the North agreed to it, the East agreed to it, the West agreed to it, everybody agreed to it. That it is what we should study, not the argument that our parents had before going for that meeting. We should still know that argument though. We should hold on to it, but we should read what they discussed, so that we're not going to repeat this cycle. We're not going to look for their own children and start arguing again. The next generation, another argument. So we'll discuss some of those things much later. But thank you very much for listening. For some reason, I don't know why we didn't come up today. There's something I usually do. Let me do it. I mean, just in case somebody has it in mind. I usually do it when people come up, but since people are deep in the spirits right now, and it's also 7 o'clock anyway. So, but let me write the account details in case you want to support what we're doing. But I should thank everyone here first. If you've power tapped, liked, shared, whether you are here on TikTok, you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, you're on Twitch, wherever you are, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for sharing. For some reason, this thing is not showing, so I'm going to probably just write it in the comment section here. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you so much, Gorilla. All right, so from time to time, we don't do this every day, but from time to time, we'll put out the account details just in case somebody wants to support what we're doing. So you can find it in the comment section, although it's not appearing right now. So you can find the comment section. It's a GTP account. Thank you very much. There's something I want to say before we go. All right, so it's on YouTube. Oh, shoot. Oh, dear. Sorry. Okay, it's showing now. Okay, it's showing now. Thank you. Oh, Mumbo, something happened. Something happened right now. Somebody used to say that thing on social media. I don't know why they stopped. There's something happened right now. I think it was Lasisi, Abby. Was Lasisi? Who says something happened right now. Anyway, thanks to everyone who, dropped gifts earlier. I saw some gifts while I was speaking, and like I always say, sometimes I'll acknowledge, sometimes I may not, so that I don't lose my train of thought. But thank you very much for your support and for your generosity. I really do appreciate everything you are doing. Someone said, do you have plan to grow us as a fellowship? In a way. But please send me a message, sir. The person will send me that. Send me a message. Yes, I at some point, yes. That's also one of the reasons we have the Redomi Global. Excuse me. That's one of the reasons we created Redomi Global on Telegram. We have a channel on Telegram, so please join. Right now it's locked because we opened it earlier and people were typing, but I was having to now spend time to be debunking claims on Telegram. I'll just be reading. I just see pop up. It was even once, but that thing was long, so I had to now farabale, right? And I was reading. So I was like, I say everybody will now use it as like an extension of their propaganda, Guinea. So I was like, no, we're not going to do that. So that's why we don't, type a lot, but at least you can access some materials. And we're also going to be putting links there. Some of the announcements we also make, we put them there so you can, take advantage of it. Sir, you have a lot of volunteers. Thank you, sir. But they billions. Please send me a message. It could be on TikTok. It could also be on Telegram at Busui Oris. I think you probably have something in mind. I would like to hear it. Thank you. Someone on YouTube says, it's Dexter, says, I think, oh, sorry. Mr. Banikbeko says, Busui, you are doing a great job. Indeed, we are very proud of you and your good job. Thank you. I pray fervently, no evil shall befall you and no disaster shall come near your tent. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Dexter says, I think Kwara can stay where it is. The land is where it is, although I believe they intentionally placed themselves with North Central. No, that's not what happened. Also, we Yoruba are not a monolith, and yes, I agree with the inclusion indirectly. So Ghana did not choose to, Kwara did not choose to go to the north. It was what the British did. And it was also what the Sadawana wanted. And it was what Awolowo was against, but Azikiwe actually supported at some point. Let me just say it that way. It was the British, to be honest. When the British divided North and South, they didn't care about ethnicity. It was for them, for administrative purposes or administrative convenience. So it wasn't like and that was one of the conversations they had in 1957, the West and the North, before the conference in London, where NCNC scattered all the plans they had. It's a shame that not much has changed since then, but I think the merger thing can actually work. One day we'll talk about it. The reason I don't talk about it again, like I did it like 2 or 3 times and I stopped. But the time is coming, we'll talk about it. The reason, of course, is because I want us to be able to actually discuss it, or for some reason, I just don't think it's time. That's the truth. Let me not lie. I don't think it's time. But it's something that was going to happen like by long. But they're not against Yoruba or the region. As a matter of fact, Western region, there's nothing saying that Western region should not be as far as Jeba. And if they, meaning the West, the North, the East, the South, if everybody agreed to that provision in 2014, maybe there's something there, just like they agreed to the development commissions across the nation, just like they agreed to Anthem, just like they agreed to local government, although they've changed that one a little bit now. So Someone says, I feel Ilorin has really gone far, but other parts of Kwara can merge. Okay. I mean, you have a good point. You have a good point. But you don't merge as a town, you merge as a state. Ẹkáàbọ. You don't merge as a town, you merge as a state. It will stop being the southwest and now become western. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for your support. If you like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up here. Okay, here. Thank you. This 2014 confab, where can we get the PDF, sir? You can get it on the Telegram channel. I've put it there for a long time and people don't read it. That's why that's one of the reasons I don't talk about it. I know people don't read it because nobody talks about it. Well, it's there. But to be honest, right, it's very bulky. So it might only kind of it may seem too big, but don't worry about it. Just try and just start. Just start. And you don't have to read everything at once. Just pick parts. There's a table of contents, so you can just pick the part that you want to read. But it's on the Telegram channel. And I hope we're going to have more robust conversations on that issue. It's bulky. You saw it. Oh, okay. It's bulky, but you don't have to. Even me, I didn't finish everything, right? What was my Telegram channel name? At this point, I think I have to type it. So t.me/Redomi Global. So if you go to the learning resource section, you will find it there. Okay. I hope it shows also on YouTube. No. So I have to type it on YouTube as well. We're almost closing. It's 7:09. Hopefully the next 5 minutes I'll be out of your face. Sure you like my face, Abby? I can't like hanging out here. 1 second though. Can you see YouTube? Thank you, Empress. Thank you. All right, so if you're on YouTube, you can just pick it here. You can just copy it. It's right there. I'm going to pin it. Thank you. So please join. You'll find some materials. We don't have books there because... By the way, last week, I read this news that in Ibadan, that they went to ransack bookshops and they went for those ones who were pirating books. So we don't want to be pirates. Okay? So, but the ones that maybe like Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion, that's a book you can't find, so you find it there. And then some documents on indigeneity, documents on confirm reports, some things you like it. How will Ishekiri be able to merge, sir? Ishekiri is contiguous with Ondo State. Again, it can be complex and a bit tricky, but I don't think it's something that, again, at the end of the day, right? So whilst that political solution is present, the other one that I think people are exploring now, and a lot of people are doing it, is to use our cultural connections. In other words, you do it on a cultural basis, not a political basis. The political basis is where, they have to now do House of Assembly, they have to do this and do that. But the cultural basis is the one that actually transcends politics. Where we talk about the fact that we are connected. We are connected. We are siblings. We have the same ancestry. And then we can do things together. We can collaborate on stuff. That may not happen politically yet, but it can do well. Also, I think if the other states, a lot of people by the way, state creation is also in that document. If all the people clamoring for states are giving their state, then it becomes easier for them. So, for instance, you can have a Igbo state outside selling people that want to be with the North. You can have Warri states that they're asking for right now outside selling people. So it's easy for them to merge if they have to. So those are the little things. That's why when people were talking about state creation, also Yoruba people said, no state creation, we want regional system. I was like, no, let them create the states. That state is what? Because they won't give you the regional system as you want it. But they won't be against it if you get it the way you go through the structure and get what you want, essentially. We have the conversation later. Hopefully we all read the book. Okay. Okay, so the merger will be based on ethnicity. No. On paper, it is based on states. For us, it is based on ethnicity. Why? Because our states are largely homogeneous. It's all of us that are there. So for people in the north, it cannot be based on ethnicity, it has to be based on state. We have an advantage many regions don't have in this country, where you have many states dominated by one ethnic group. If you go to Adamawa, for instance, you have more than 30, 40, 50 ethnic groups in one state. So I think the complexity of what happens in the north sometimes also what draws us back. So we have to try and understand their own predicament and why they decided that. So again, I don't want us to keep repeating the arguments of our parents. Let's look for the consensus our parents reached with other people's parents, and then we build from that. Because see what your papa say, not be only what my own papa say. See what your own papa also talk. We can work together. It's a lot easier that way. Or else we'll just be repeating the cycle. Hopefully, the cycle ends with us, and then we build the Nigeria of our dreams by the grace of God. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. It's been a wonderful week going through how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. We went from part 1, today is part 8, and I hope you learned something. And I hope also that we're able to apply these things in the way we see our nation, and let nobody, as a Yoruba person, let nobody gaslight you. Don't let anybody blackmail you. Tribalist say yes, I don't care. Once you say you don't care, the person is left with nothing else to say. Don't be saying, I'm not a tribalist. Why do you say I'm a tribalist? It's a waste of time. You're a tribalist, I take it. What else? Just own your space, but don't be a bigot. Don't hate anybody. Don't have irrational hatred for other ethnic groups, but stand up for what's yours and defend it against thieves. I don't have to mention their name, but they know themselves. There are too many thieves in this country. And if you're a thief, in the name of Jesus, that spirit is cast out of you. Be normal. Evolve like a human being and create a society where you don't think you're better than anybody. You just conduct yourself with some wisdom. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Yoruba land. Amen. Before we go, we usually play our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. Mr. Abubakar Dungos, thank you, sir. I remember you. You're the man from the north who told me that if I come to Borno, I'll not be a stranger. I remember you now. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. One day, maybe I'll come to Borno. I've not been to the northeast before. That's the only region I've not been to in Nigeria. I've been to every other region but the northeast. So maybe one day. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your generosity. I'm about to close the live today. So before we go, we usually play the anthems, the Yoruba anthem, the Nigerian anthem, and the Yoruba anthem. For folks on YouTube and other platforms, I'm going to have to let you go because of copyright issues, especially for YouTube and Facebook. But thank you very much for being here. Do have a splendid weekend. See you on Monday at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have a fantastic news series we're starting next week. So please join us 1 p.m. Thank you. The most highest in the affair of men and give them as nation. The most highest. The most high rules, I think is what you're trying to say. That's Daniel. That's what God told Nebuchadnezzar. The most high rules in the affairs of men and gives them to those he loves or something like that. Thank you. All right. So YouTube, Facebook, have a lovely weekend. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. God bless your family. God bless your ethnicity. God bless all the nations within Nigeria. And may we all do well. In Jesus' name. Have a great weekend. God bless you. Bye-bye. All right. For those of us here on TikTok, we're going to listen to the anthems. 1 second. Let me connect. All right. So YouTube has to close now. Thank you, YouTube. I'll miss you. Bye-bye. All right.